Chapter 846. Time flew by, and 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the depths of the Dead Sea Demon Cave, Lu Kuan slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at himself, who was all skin and bones, the same appearance as 20 years ago. He sighed regretfully. A surge of blood energy gushed out from his bones. His withered body seemed to be filled with dew after a long drought. His withered internal organs gradually swelled, showing the color of blood that was full of vitality. The light purple tendons attached to his bones also grew muscle fibers. Under the nourishment of the dark golden blood, they formed distinct muscle lines. Within 10 breaths of time, Lu Kuan had regained his sturdy and strong body. His eyes were full of helplessness. I have already perfected the method of flesh and blood condensation, but why am I still stuck at the threshold of 90%? Only 90% of the essence of the internal organs can be condensed into blood essence and then flow into the bones. And the tendons of the skeletal muscles, under the refinement of the blood essence, can only be absorbed into the bone treasure. No matter what method I use, I can't condense the last 10% into the bones. What is the reason? After pondering for a moment, Lu Kuan raised his hands again. He clenched his fists slightly. The air between his palms seemed to be compressed by a terrifying force, turning into a powerful force that spread out. It hit the surrounding walls, creating a rumbling sound and waves of demonic energy. My physical strength has increased by a lot. I have at least 350,000 pounds of strength. My cultivation speed is faster than I imagined. After 40 years of cultivation, the material of the bone treasure has increased by 40%. It is only 10% away from the mature stage. When he thought of this, he did not show any joy. Instead, he frowned. Not long ago, the thunder attribute mana coincidentally resonated with the blood demonic power. The two actually showed signs of merging. Although under my control, the destructive power produced is not much different. As the frequency of the resonance increases, the trend of merging will become greater. When the bone treasure's material is close to the mature stage, the destructive power's effectiveness will start to decrease. The last few times I used the blood demonic bone refining technique, the effect has decreased by almost half. Lu Kuan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. This should be caused by a 9-star physique. The 9-star physique allowed me to cultivate the power of the blood demon of the intermediate stage of the core formation stage in one go, which is comparable to the power of my physical body. The destructive power produced by the two is incomparably strong, which is why my bone treasure has improved so quickly in the past 40 years. Where there's good, there's bad. Because the power of the blood demon and the power of the physical body are in the same realm, after coexisting for a long time, they naturally formed a resonance. If the power of the blood demon was in the early stage of the core formation realm and the power of the physical body was in a strong state, the two would only fight to the end. I have to stop this from happening, or else the destructive force will be greatly weakened. Without the power of annihilation, just relying on the nourishment of mana alone, even if the bone treasure is only half a step away from maturity, the amount of time it will take is extremely shocking. He looked out of the cave and counted with his fingers. I haven't returned to the blood refining sect for more than 20 years. With Zhang Yiyang's top-notch aptitude, it shouldn't be a problem for him to reveal the power of the intermediate stage of the foundation establishment stage. When I exchanged for the true devil lightning manipulation technique, it mentioned that after the core formation stage, the devil lightning technique will be more powerful. It's a good time to look up the core formation stage cultivation method and reverse engineer it. Who knows? It might be able to prevent the resonance between the power of thunder and the power of the blood demon. The bottleneck of the concentration of the flesh and blood, I'll study it after I enter the late stage of the bone treasure. After thinking about it, Lu Kuan simply packed up and left the Dead Sea Devil Cave. 3 months later, in the blood refining sect, Lu Kuan transformed into Zhang Yiyang's appearance. He first went to the mission hall and handed in a few tasks that he completed casually. Then, he went to the scripture cave of the blood refining sect. "Hey, Zhang Yiyang, it's you?" As soon as he entered the entrance of the scripture cave, a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged behind the transmission array opened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise. Lu Kuan raised his head and looked over, revealing a surprised expression. This burly middle-aged man was Lei Batian, whom he had interacted with a few times. When Lu Kuan entered the blood-refining sect, Lei Batian was already at the advanced stage of the Foundation establishment stage. They carried out the mission of exterminating the Ouyang family together. Later, they entered the Yuan secret realm together. He was one of the few disciples who survived. Lu Kuan laughed and said, "Congratulations to Martial Uncle Lei for reaching the gold core stage and entering the core formation stage." Lei Batian stared at Zhang Yang in front of him and found that his cultivation had reached the peak of the intermediate stage of the Foundation establishment stage. It seemed that he could enter the advanced stage of the Foundation establishment stage at any time. Lei Batian's expression changed slightly. If he remembered correctly, this Zhang Yang entered the sect at the age of 18 and became the Blood Devil at the age of 24. Now, at the age of 90, he was already at the peak of the intermediate stage of the Foundation establishment stage. It was very likely that he would become the Blood Devil of the core formation stage in the future. His future was limitless. It seems that Brother Zhang has been cultivating diligently all these years. Your cultivation has progressed so quickly. You are indeed worthy of being the Blood Devil of the top aptitude. Lei Batian's tone was very polite. He did not put on airs in front of Zhang Yang just because he had entered the core formation stage. Lu Kuan shook the scar on his face and said, "Martial Uncle Lei is too kind. Su Zihang's aptitude is higher than mine. His current cultivation is definitely much higher than mine." Lei Batian heard this and shook his head. Ever since the Yuan secret realm ended, Su Zihang has been in seclusion. He has never appeared in the sect. But according to my estimation, he is at most at the advanced stage of the Foundation establishment stage. There is not much difference between you and him. Lu Kuan was slightly stunned. He originally thought that he did not show his face often. He only appeared once every 20 years. He did not expect Su Zihang to be even more ruthless than him. He had been in seclusion for more than 40 years. That's right. Martial Uncle Lei, I want to go to the second basement floor to study some techniques. I want to see if they can help me break through. Lei Batian was a little surprised, but he did not say anything. He directly activated the teleportation formation on the second floor. The Blood Devil's identity was special. Naturally, he could enter the core formation stage level. "Thank you, Martial Uncle Lei." Lu Kuan clasped his hands and entered the second floor through the teleportation formation. There were fewer bookshelves here than on the first floor. He quickly found the true devil lightning controlling technique. Back in the Yuan secret realm, the advanced stage core formation stage cultivator named Chun Hao had the talent of Relingen. He cultivated the true devil lightning controlling technique. However, Lu Kuan did not have a chance to fight with him. He was not very clear about the core formation stage abilities of this devil lightning controlling technique. Now, after he briefly browsed through it, he found a secret technique to refine the devil lightning controlling technique. It would be of great help to him. If he reverse engineered it, he might be able to stop the resonance between his devil lightning controlling technique and his blood devil lightning controlling technique. When Lu Kuan saw that there was also a method to refine a devil down magic treasure, a light flashed through his mind. Why didn't I think of it? After the devil lightning controlling technique enters the core formation stage, I can completely refine devil down magic treasures. I reverse engineered the devil down magic treasures miniature formation. Combined with the high-level devil lightning controlling technique, I can refine a devil down magic treasure that can refine lightning controlling devil lightning controlling technique. Then, I can refine it with the devil lightning controlling technique. Although I don't have a Dantian and can't store the devil lightning controlling technique in my body, I can use the devil lightning controlling technique's power. The devil lightning controlling technique's power will increase greatly. The conflict between the devil lightning controlling technique and the devil lightning controlling technique will be even more intense. The destructive power might even increase. Thinking of this, Lu Kuan took the jade slip and returned to the scripture cave's teleportation array. Under Lei Baitian's strange gaze, he spent 12,000 contribution points to copy the true devil lightning controlling technique. This amount of contribution points was an astronomical figure for other Foundation establishment stage disciples. However, for a blood devil like Zhang Yang, it wasn't too much. After all, the basic reward of the Yuan secret realm was 10,000 contribution points. After leaving the scripture cave, Lu Kuan carefully studied the true devil lightning controlling technique in his mind while controlling the flying magic treasure. He planned to refine a devil down magic treasure. However, not long after Lu Kuan flew out of the core mountain gate, a strange movement appeared in his divine soul. The blood-refining sex, oath stone restriction, hidden in the depths of his divine soul, suddenly disappeared completely, as if it had never appeared. Lu Kuan stopped in the air, his face full of disbelief. What's going on? The restrictive power of the oath stone has been inexplicably removed? First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book Guesthouse mobile version website. Chapter 847. The Oath Restriction is activated through the Oath Stone of the Core Mountain Gate. Only the nascent soul stage cultivator with the Oath Stone can remove it. Could it be that my true cultivation has been discovered by the blood-refining sect? That can't be right. If my identity is exposed, the nascent soul stage cultivator will directly activate the Oath Stone's restriction. The blood-refining sect can't know about my divine sense concealment. Just as Lu Kuan's thoughts flashed through his mind, a terrifying divine sense descended from the sky, causing all the nerves in his body to tremble. Mid-nascent soul stage. No, this is the divine sense of the late nascent soul stage, Old Devil Pang. Lu Kuan's face became extremely pale. The majestic power of qi and blood in his body soared into the sky like an ocean. Countless light purple lights appeared in his body. He activated the 206 bone treasures at the first moment. At the same time, he used the blood escape technique. Accompanied by a roaring sound, his body turned into a blood-purple light and fled out of the Blood Demon Mountain range like a human-shaped lightning bolt. Using the escape technique with all his strength exposed his mid-nascent soul stage aura. Coupled with his unimaginable power of qi and blood, he was like a bright lamp in the Blood Demon Mountain range. All the core formation stage demonic cultivators in the core mountain gate felt it and spread out their divine sense. The individual nascent soul stage cultivators in a radius of dozens of miles also discovered Lu Kuan. In addition to being surprised by the aura of qi and blood, they were also amazed by the escape technique Lu Kuan used. A mid-nascent soul stage cultivator was actually so fast. Before these people could react, an extremely dense blood-red light suddenly appeared in the depths of the Blood Demon Mountain range. Even though they were dozens of miles away, everyone could feel the suffocating pressure. It's the Grand Elder. Who is this guy? He actually made the Grand Elder personally take action. What do you know? This person's speed is faster than an early nascent soul stage cultivator. It's almost the same as a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. Ordinary elders can't take him down. This person sneaked into the sect. He must have a big secret. Naturally, the Grand Elder has to take action personally. Lu Kuan's ears were filled with the roaring sound of air exploding. His face was deathly pale. I understand now. He removed the Oath Stone's restrictions to make it easier for him to attack me. Otherwise, with the Oath Stone's restrictions, even old Monster Pang wouldn't be able to kill him due to the 3 oaths. Damn it. When did I expose myself? At this moment, a man's voice with a hint of surprise appeared in Lu Kuan's mind. Little guy, I didn't think that apart from being proficient in concealment techniques, your escape techniques would be even more astonishing. If it weren't for the fact that I'm proficient in a bone-reading technique, I wouldn't have known that you're Zhang Tianbiao, the rogue cultivator with a powerful physical body that Mason met in the Yuan secret realm. Lu Kuan faced a late nascent soul stage cultivator's spiritual sense sound transmission. He didn't dare to reply and hid his spiritual sense deep within his sea of consciousness. If he were to reveal it, He feared that his spiritual sense would be severely damaged in the blink of an eye. Bone viewing technique. I know now. Old Devil Pang must have discovered the peculiarity of my bones at that time. I have underestimated the divine abilities of a nascent soul cultivator. Old Devil Pang seemed to know what Lu Kuan was thinking and continued speaking. It seems that you've guessed it. That's right. I discovered you outside the Yuan secret realm. TSK. I'm afraid that no one would have thought that the rogue cultivator that the top core formation stage devil cultivators of the Qi Kingdom were so afraid of was actually the foundation establishment stage blood devil of my blood refining sect. Little guy, you have a strange body refining divine ability. You must have obtained some kind of inheritance from the Yuan sect. I was curious about what you were plotting, so I didn't immediately take you down. Lu Kuan ignored Old Devil Pang's spiritual sense transmission and looked back. He was horrified to find that Old Devil Pang's spiritual sense transmission was already more than 10 miles away from him. He suppressed the fear in his heart and thought frantically, what should I do? The legendary number 1 devil cultivator of the Qi Kingdom is far stronger than an ordinary great cultivator. I don't have any means to deal with him. Old Devil Pang's tone was very relaxed as he continued. I'm afraid you don't know that Ba Yongkai is a member of the blood refining sect. Your fighting style is very special. I knew it was you as soon as he mentioned it. It seems that you can't wait and want to use Chun Fenghua to obtain my sect's blood devil art first. Lu Kuan was thinking of a countermeasure when he heard this. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. He immediately separated a strand of his spiritual sense and entered the Yuan jade pendant in his rib cage. Old Devil Pang continued speaking. Last time when you returned to the Blood Devil Mountain range, I was in seclusion and didn't meet you. This time, you can't escape. Be a good boy and surrender. If you hand over the Yuan sex body refining technique, I can give you a chance to live. I can even... Lu Kuan turned a deaf ear to Old Devil Pang's words. His spiritual sense had already reached the black demon soul in the Yuan jade pendant. Taoist Lu, what questions do you have for me? Black demon soul said lazily. Lu Kuan's voice was urgent. Black demon, do you have a way to seize the body of a late nascent soul stage demonic cultivator? Black demon was surprised. It's only been a few years, and you're willing to keep your promise and let me go? But I'm afraid you can't even meet a late nascent soul stage demonic cultivator with your cultivation. Lu Kuan said bitterly, I'm being chased by a late nascent soul stage demonic cultivator. Can you seize my body or not? If I die, the Yuan jade pendant will fall into his hands. Black Demon said contemptuously, how can a mere core formation stage cultivator be chased by a late nascent soul stage cultivator? Are you lying to me? Lu Kuan felt that Old Devil Pang's spiritual sense was getting stronger and stronger. The magic power in the bone treasure was beginning to be affected, causing its speed to decrease. He shouted anxiously, just tell me if you can or cannot. If you can, I'll remove the restriction and let you go. If you can't, just wait for the great demonic cultivator's torture. Black Demon saw that Lu Kuan seemed to be telling the truth, so he said proudly, as long as you don't have the soul-absorbing jade pendant of the Yuan school, I can easily seize the body of any demonic cultivator below the mid-nascent soul stage. Lu Kuan's spiritual sense was happy, and he said quickly, the demonic race is a thing of the past. Who will still use the jade pendant? What do you want me to do? This guy's nascent soul stage power is very strong. Can you penetrate his demonic shield? And after you come out, will my Yuan jade pendant absorb your soul again? Black Demon found that Lu Kuan was really going to let him go, and he was a little excited. Remove my restriction within 10 feet. As long as I don't seize your body, your soul-absorbing jade pendant won't do anything. Lu Kuan saw that Black Demon was so confident, and his expression relaxed a little. Just when he and Black Demon King had reached an agreement, the surrounding air suddenly solidified. An extremely strong nascent soul stage power appeared in the surroundings. The magic power in his body seemed to have met its natural enemy, and it shrank, and the light of escape diminished. The surrounding dense demonic chi had unknowingly turned into a huge blood-red palm, and the terrifying nascent soul stage power surged in the palm, enveloping him. The blood demon hand of the late nascent soul stage. As the blood-red palm grasped the void, Lu Kuan immediately felt that he was bound by an endless power. The light of escape dissipated completely, and his whole body was held in the blood demon's hand. A middle-aged bald man in luxurious clothes appeared not far away. He emitted an unfathomable fluctuation of demonic chi, and the demonic chi in the surroundings was oppressed and distorted. Old Demon Pang looked at Lu Kuan, who was trying to struggle, and he shook his head and sighed, "Stubborn boy, if you don't take the initiative to hand it over, I have no choice but to use the soul-searching technique." Lu Kuan saw that Old Demon Pang was getting closer and closer to him, and his face was filled with fear. However, he secretly used his divine sense to undo the restriction on the Yuan Jade pendant. A dark green ball of light suddenly flashed out from Lu Kuan's body, and the blood demon's hand that contained the powerful nascent soul stage power could not stop it at all. "Ha! You're indeed a late nascent soul stage demonic cultivator. I, Black Demon King, have finally... Damn it! I have been fooled." The Black Demon Soul's laughter came to an abrupt halt. A milky white jade pendant appeared in Old Demon Pang's hand, and as if he had been prepared, a blinding white light shot out, enveloping the Black Demon Soul and pulling him into the jade pendant. Old Demon Pang held the jade pendant tightly, and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. "Ha ha! I was right. The demonic soul was indeed hidden in your body." Looking at Lu Kuan's incredulous expression, Old Demon Pang felt extremely happy. "Kid, Ba Yonkai saw you meet Chen Fenghua, and Chen Fenghua's gold core contains the demonic soul's power. This old man guessed that the demonic soul was in your hands. The one who needed the blood demon technique was not you, but the Demon King's soul. With this technique, the demonic soul could quickly recover his cultivation. Moreover, with the guidance of the Demon King's soul, you were able to hide in the blood-refining sect for so long. The demonic soul has yet to obtain the nascent soul stage blood demon technique, so he will definitely continue to scheme. As expected, you returned to the blood-refining sect today, so as not to arouse suspicion." Lu Kuan's lips were dry. Only now did he understand that Old Demon Pang was deliberately talking to him in order to lure the demonic soul out to possess his body. Only this method could threaten a late nascent soul stage demonic cultivator. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. He took the initiative to send the demonic soul to Old Demon Pang. Although it sounded like Old Demon Pang had some misunderstanding about his relationship with the demonic soul, the result was the same. Lu Kuan felt the terrifying power of the blood demon hand and revealed a look of despair. Under the pressure of such a profound nascent soul stage demonic cultivator, his magic power could not enter his flesh and blood, making it impossible for him to use the arm linking divine ability. Without the arm linking divine ability, his strength was only 350,000 gene. With this amount of strength, he could not even break through an early nascent soul stage demonic cultivator's trapping technique, let alone a great nascent soul stage cultivator like Old Demon Pang. I, Lu Kuan, am only 190 years old. I still have to continue exploring the path of body cultivation. Could it be that the heavens do not want to see body cultivation and want me to die here? No, I can't accept this. That's right, I still have one more move. Soon after, Lu Kuan's eyes revealed a determined look. His sturdy body quickly shriveled up. The demonic soul, stage, demonic cultivator, and thunder magic power of the middle nascent soul stage were forcibly transferred to the surface of his bones. A terrifying aura of destruction appeared out of nowhere. "Old man, I won't let you have your way even if I have to self-destruct." Old Demon Pang's expression changed when he felt this energy. He formed a seal with his hands, and the blood-red color of the blood demon hand became even more intense. However, after this aura of destruction was suppressed by the nascent soul stage demonic cultivator's power, it became even more turbulent. rumble, accompanied by an incomparably loud roar. The energy of destruction exploded from the blood demon hand. This explosive force was almost comparable to the power of an early nascent soul stage demonic cultivator. Unfortunately, it was facing a powerful divine ability of a late nascent soul stage demonic cultivator. The aura of destruction only dimmed the spiritual light of the blood demon hand a little before it completely dissipated. What was left was a pale, purple humanoid skeleton that emitted bursts of light. Chapter 848. Old Devil Pang's expression turned ugly when he sensed the disappearance of the soul fluctuation and life aura. He didn't expect this loose cultivator to be so decisive and self-destruct in the first exchange of blows. He didn't even leave behind his golden core and storage pouch. Fortunately, this human skeleton that is comparable to a magic treasure is still here. Old Devil Pang shook his head. The blood demon hand turned into a spiritual light and entered his body. However, the light purple skeleton flickered and didn't enter his storage bracelet. Is this skeleton a psychic magic treasure? Old Devil Pang was bewildered. However, this wasn't a suitable place to study it. He shot out a demonic light and wrapped the skeleton up. He then turned into a blood-red light and shot towards the depths of the Blood Demon mountain range. The two nascent soul elders of the blood refining sect had just arrived. When they saw this scene, they understood that their great elder had finished the battle. No wonder the great elder had to personally take action. Not only is this person's speed amazing, but his destructive aura is definitely at the nascent soul realm. If it were us, we wouldn't be able to take him down. That's right. Even a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator would be a piece of cake for the great elder. Now, he is even more unfathomable. I'm afraid he has already reached the peak of the late nascent soul realm. The great elder's cultivation isn't something we can recklessly speculate about. Let's return to our posts. When the great elder finishes interrogating the spy, he might issue a decree. The speed of a late nascent soul realm cultivator was extremely fast. Old Devil Pang soon returned to his cave residence in the depths of the Blood Demon mountain range. He opened all the restrictions in the cave residence and went straight to the secret chamber in the deepest part. The most eye-catching thing in the secret chamber was the 4 blood-red light screens in the corner. These light screens were emitting a strong nascent soul realm aura. There was a figure inside each of them with their eyes closed. They seemed to be in a state of deep sleep. Old Devil Pang threw Lu Kuan's human skeleton in front of him and carefully examined it with his spiritual sense. Soon, he was pleasantly surprised. Although I expected this guy's skeleton to be comparable to a magic treasure, I didn't expect the quality to be so high. This material is at least equivalent to a magic treasure that has been tempered for more than 200 years. It's not much different from a mature magic treasure. Then, he frowned with a regretful expression. It's a pity that I don't have enough materials. Otherwise, I could use this skeleton as a cornerstone for the power of the Devil Dao's supreme treasure. Every bone in this skeleton has reached an extremely high quality. It's really hard to imagine. Old Demon Pang seemed to have discovered something. He looked at the rib cartilage on the bones and formed several seals with his hands. The seals entered the rib cartilage and a slight wave spread out. Old Demon Pang was stunned for a moment before he said in realization, "No wonder it couldn't be stored in the storage bracelet. This skeleton itself contains the fluctuations of a spatial artifact. Naturally, it couldn't be stored in the storage bracelet. To actually refine a rib into a spatial artifact, this little guy seems to be proficient in the art of refining artifacts." Old Demon Pang revealed a curious look and sent his divine sense into the soft rib cage. Soon after, Old Demon Pang took a deep breath and said, "This kid is actually so rich." A magic light flashed, and a large pile of magic stones appeared on the ground out of thin air. They were so densely packed that they formed a small hill. A total of 160,000 magic stones. Even I don't have that many magic stones on me. Then, Old Demon Pang thought for a moment and revealed a thoughtful expression. This kid has a concealment ability. He deceived the restriction of the Yuan secret realm and can travel between the first and second levels. He must have obtained so many magic stones from the first level. That's right, this guy is on the second level. Old Demon Pang then exclaimed in surprise, "There is indeed a lot of pure, true demon water." Another spiritual light flashed on the ground, and a dozen jade bottles appeared. They emitted an extremely dense, true demon aura, but there was no brutal, true demon intent. Old Demon Pang couldn't wait to check them one by one. Well, he found that the amount of pure, true demon water in them was far beyond his imagination. He couldn't hide the joy on his face. Could it be that this guy found several storage places and absorbed so much pure, true demon water? Old Demon Pang was a little excited. With these, I can refine 500 grams of mystical demon true water. Even if my demonic energy is twice that of an ordinary great cultivator, I can still replenish my demonic energy once. Old Demon Pang quickly took out a storage bracelet and stored the pure, true demon water and magic stones. His divine sense continued to explore the soft ribs. He was pleasantly surprised. He felt as if he had robbed another late, nascent, soul great cultivator. He waved his sleeves, and a dozen magic treasures with spiritual light fell on the ground. TSK. This kid has killed many strong cultivators. He even has a lot of magic treasures at the mature stage. Is this a psychic magic treasure? A purple-black long staff and black armor floated up and floated in front of Old Demon Pang. The material of this long staff is a little strange. No, this is the silver dragon meteorite. Old Demon Pang was surprised. Where did this kid get this treasure? Only great cultivators can refine the silver dragon meteorite. Then, he looked at the other armor. Interesting. It's actually fused with a material that can isolate divine sense. Not only is its defense amazing, but it also has a concealment ability. This refining method is a little familiar. He thought for a while and was surprised. Isn't this the crafting method of the psychic puppet armor? Strange. The old guy from the Yang clan who had the ability to refine this was killed by me after I searched his soul. Could it be that he left it behind? Old Demon Pang couldn't figure it out. He continued to look at the magic treasures on the ground. Soon, he locked his eyes on a big black hammer with countless flashing demonic runes. He identified the demonic runes and the aura on it and said in surprise, "There's a demonic weapon here. Not bad, not bad. I can use it with my late nascent soul blood demon art." He glanced at the magic treasures. Even with Old Demon Pang's powerful cultivation, there were still 3 magic treasures that caught his eye. He waved his sleeves and put away the magic treasures. Then, his divine sense continued to explore the next soft rib. TSK. These 2 should be the demonic zombies that Magia mentioned. This tail has a deep aura. It seems to be the body of a 9th-level nether insect. Could it be the nether scorpion from the secret realm? This kid is strong enough to cut off its tail. Old Demon Pang's mouth twitched. He put the demonic zombies and the nether scorpion's tail into his storage bracelet. There's so many random materials. Strange. Why did this guy collect so many dragon snapping stones? The aura of this octahedral crystal is interesting. There are 2 Yuan jade pendants. Could it be that the demonic soul was imprisoned by this kid? The jade slips are all destroyed. This kid is so decisive. He didn't leave the body refining method behind. Wait, there are still remnants of this jade slip. Old Demon Pang's eyes flashed with shock. He looked at the bones on the ground. This is the art of psychic puppets. Impossible. Where did this kid come from? Could he be a disciple of the Yang clan? Then, he fell into deep thought. After a while, Old Demon Pang seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the bones on the ground and said in disbelief, "This kid is the disciple of the Yang clan's weapon refining peak, Lu Kuan." Old Demon Pang participated in the battle of the Yang clan. He searched the soul of the only nascent soul cultivator of the Yang clan. Although Ancestor Fong's soul dissipated halfway through the search, Old Demon Pang still obtained some information about the art of psychic puppets. Lu Kuan of the Weapon Refining Peak was one of the core disciples that Ancestor Fong arranged to evacuate. At that time, Lu Kuan's fighting style was very similar to his current fighting style. They both relied on the strength of their physical bodies. Coupled with the refining method of the psychic battle armor, Old Demon Pang was able to determine Lu Kuan's identity. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This Lu Kuan spent more than 100 years to enter the middle stage of the core formation realm from the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. He even has the combat power of a pseudo-nascent soul cultivator. His refining skills are so powerful. He really is a genius." Then, Old Demon Pang thought of something and continued to explore the rib cartilage. Then, several silver lights flashed on the ground, and 5 or 6 silver iron pillars of various sizes appeared. Old Demon Pang's face flushed red. He laughed wildly and said, "The heavens are really helping me. With these silver dragon meteorites, I can use this lightning elemental skeleton as a foundation. This way, I have a 100% chance of successfully refining the Jade Bone Humanoid Devil. With the Jade Bone Humanoid Devil and the Demonic Soul Pill, I, Pang Chi-Tian, have a much higher chance of entering the soul formation realm." Chapter 849. After Old Devil Pang kept all of Lu Kuan's belongings into a storage bracelet, the thick blood devil power in his hand surged. Some of the materials in the secret room floated up and under his control. They turned into a circular array and landed beside the blood-colored light shields in the corner. Following which, a devil light mixed with the rich power of the nascent soul wrapped around the pale, purple skeleton and entered the array. Then, this array was activated by the power of the nascent soul, and a thick layer of blood-colored light shield appeared. After doing all of this, Old Devil Pang added many restrictions in the cave and left in a hurry, leaving behind 5 blood-colored light shields that emitted a faint red light in the dark secret room. Lu Kuan's skeleton lay in the light shield and was dyed dark red by the blood-colored light. There seemed to be tiny red dots in this array that were like flower petals floating on top of the skeleton. In the depths of this skeleton skull, there was an extremely well-hidden soul fluctuation. It was so well hidden that even Old Devil Pang didn't notice it. I didn't think that this method would work. I actually survived. Lu Kuan maintained the soul concealment sacred art and felt a lingering fear. In this desperate situation, he thought of the soul concealment sacred art of the hidden spiritual root. This sacred art hid the soul in the sea of consciousness so that people wouldn't be able to detect it and would think that the soul had died. Lu Kuan had already cultivated 90% of the blood and flesh condensation sacred art. If 90% of his internal organs could be condensed into his bones, then 90% of his sea of consciousness would also be condensed into his bones. He could use the soul concealment sacred art of the hidden spiritual root to hide his soul in the depths of his skull. This way, Old Devil Pang would think that he was completely dead. One had to know that Lu Kuan's hidden spiritual root was different from other hidden spiritual roots. Others only had one type of sacred art. For example, Nia Wufeng's wind concealment spiritual root gave him an extremely strong perception of the wind attribute. However, Lu Kuan had 2 types of sacred arts. One was the soul concealment sacred art, and the other was lightning attribute resistance. He didn't think that Old Devil Pang would know about this soul concealment sacred art. Lu Kuan didn't want the 10% of his sea of consciousness that wasn't condensed to be exposed to Old Devil Pang's soul consciousness. At the same time, he wanted to show that his vitality was disappearing. Therefore, he decisively abandoned the 10% of his internal organs that wasn't condensed. Lu Kuan was well aware of how powerful the destructive force between lightning magic and blood magic was. Previously, his blood demon bone forging technique had been carried out bit by bit inside the bones. This time, the explosion on the surface of the bones not only destroyed all the flesh outside the bones, but also consumed all the magic power in the body, making it impossible for the old monster to sense the situation inside the bones. At the same time, it gave the illusion of self-destruction. In this way, old Devil Pang would think that Lu Kuan had died by exploding his own golden core. How would he know that Lu Kuan had used his bone treasure as his dantian to fuse the golden core into his bones? If old Devil Pang knew that there was no golden core in Lu Kuan's body, he might suspect that there was no golden core in his bones. In the view of traditional cultivators, how could the internal organs, sea of consciousness, and dantian be in the bones? If the golden core was destroyed, the brain would die. However, there was a huge risk in Lu Kuan's method. He didn't know if he could keep his soul consciousness intact without the 10% of his sea of consciousness. He also didn't know if he could survive without the 10% of his sea of consciousness. In the end, he made the right bet. He survived intact. Even if his ribs were discovered, it didn't matter. Compared to his life, everyone knew which was more important. After old Devil Pang left the cave, Lu Kuan carefully sensed his current state through the flesh and nerves that had been condensed into his bones. Amazing, truly amazing. I destroyed the last 10% of my internal organs, but the functions of these organs still exist. The essence of the brain is concentrated in the skull and continues to function as the sea of consciousness. The heart has turned into another form in the bones and seems to be able to carry blood. The essence of the eyes and ears are attached to the bones of the eye socket and side ear. I can still see and hear. However, I can't control the bones. I can't make any movements except for passive perception. Lu Kuan carefully sensed the situation on the surface of the bones through the nerves that had been condensed into the bones. He found that the last 10% of the tendons had been destroyed by the destructive force of the self-explosion. Without the tendons, the bones naturally couldn't move. Lu Kuan was the creator of the body refining method. How could he be troubled by such a small problem? He immediately came up with a solution. There are no tendons on the surface of the bones, but the tendons that I condensed into the bones can regenerate the tiny muscle fibers inside the bones and act on the joints with the opposite structure. In this way, the bones can move, although it will consume a lot of energy. Thinking of this, Lu Kuan couldn't help but be stunned. Wait, my current state means that all the essence of my internal organs, bones, tendons, and blood have been condensed into the bones. Isn't this the perfect state of the flesh and blood condensation method? The more Lu Kuan thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Although he was only left with a skeleton, his spirit was perfect. His vitality was very vigorous because his internal organs and blood were intact. He had only lost 10% of his physical essence. As long as he could regenerate the tendons, this skeleton could still fight. If he had enough spiritual energy, he believed that he could also regenerate his flesh and blood. No wonder I've been stuck at 90% of the flesh and blood condensation method. Human muscles and internal organs are all grown outside at the beginning. The last 10% is the most primitive part brought out of the sheep's womb. If I want to condense all my flesh and blood, I have to abandon them and use the bones as the core to regenerate them. This is the true meaning of the flesh and blood condensation method. Previously, Lu Kuan, because of his habitual thinking, would never think of abandoning 10% of his flesh and blood. Therefore, he had been stuck at the bottleneck of 90%, unable to complete the flesh and blood condensation method. He didn't expect that at the moment of life and death, he would achieve this by self-detonating his flesh and blood. Although he had broken through the bottleneck of the flesh and blood condensation method, Lu Kuan was not excited at all, because his life was still not under his control. He did not dare to release his soul's sense, but he could vaguely sense that the bloody light shield that covered him contained a powerful force, which was obviously a nascent soul stage cultivator's method. The red dots fell on the surface of his bones and seemed to be carrying a strange force that was trying to penetrate into his bones. However, Lu Kuan's bones were close to the mature phase of magical equipment. Therefore, the force only floated on the surface of his bones. Even so, Lu Kuan did not dare to activate the condensed tendons and regenerate the muscles inside his bones recklessly. It would be troublesome if old Devil Pang sensed it. Judging from old Devil Pang's tone, he seems to be planning to refine a piece of magical equipment with my bones. Jade Bone Devilman should be in the shape of a human skeleton, right? My bones are natural inlaid magical equipment. If they're disassembled or melted in a liquid, their greatest advantage will be wasted. Old Devil Pang must know this. I have to regenerate the muscles inside my body while he is refining the bones, and the magical equipment is shaking violently. As long as my bones remain intact and my muscles are regenerated, I will still have a chance to survive. After thinking everything through, Lu Kuan stopped sensing his bones and observed the scene in the secret chamber through the empty eye sockets of his skull. Using the skull to see seemed to allow him to see more than the normal eyeballs. The first thing he saw was the 4 bloody light shields around him. There was no telling if it was because the gold eyes technique had entered his bones along with the essence of his eyeballs, but Lu Kuan could easily see the situation inside the light shields. Huh, why is Su Zihong here? Lu Kuan saw the blood devil at first glance, whom he had not seen for more than 40 years. The slim and handsome young man was Su Zihong, who was quite close to Zhang Yang. Su Zihong is indeed very important to Old Devil Pang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attached himself to Old Devil Pang to protect him during the extermination mission of the Ouyang family. But why did Old Devil Pang imprison him here? Lu Kuan continued looking behind him. Isn't that Chun Hao, who cultivates the true devil lightning controlling true spell? Huh, the girl behind him is Zhan Le. Why is the core formation stage blood devil here too? Lu Kuan was in disbelief. Old Devil Pang, as the head elder of the blood refining sect, imprisoned Su Zihong was not a big deal, but 2 core formation stage powerhouses of his own sect were also imprisoned in the cave. The last person seems to be an old man. Wait, this appearance. Lu Kuan suppressed the trembling of his soul and was extremely excited. It's Uncle Nie Wufeng. He is still alive. Chapter 850. A month later, Old Fiend Pang returned to his cave residence. Several demonic lights flashed, and 3 men and women appeared on the ground. They were unconscious, but they were emitting powerful demonic energy fluctuations. They were all demonic cultivators at the core formation stage. Under Old Fiend Pang's control, 3 identical blood-colored light shields appeared in the corner of the secret chamber and shrouded them. Specks of blood-colored light emerged from the shields and slowly seeped into the bodies of the 3. After doing all this, he came to the center of the secret chamber. The bracelet on his wrist flickered, and a dozen jade bottles appeared in front of him. They were the pure, true demonic water that he obtained from Lu Kuan. Next, Old Fiend Pang took out a 5-foot-tall purple cauldron and placed it in front of him. He opened the jade bottles one by one. The liquid emitting a rich, true demonic chi turned into streams of water and entered the cauldron. As the cauldron lid closed, a blood-red flame appeared under the cauldron. It emitted a rich, nascent soul energy and calcined the pure, true demonic water inside. Next, Old Fiend Pang added a lot of precious herbs with profound auras and the blood of unknown demonic beasts. The refining process took 3 days and 3 nights. Old Fiend Pang solemnly took out a jade bottle and stored 0.5 kilogram of the purple liquid inside. With the mystical demonic true water, I can replenish my demonic energy in time, even if I consume a lot of demonic energy in the process of refining the jade bone humanoid devil. I can only consume 2 ounces of it to refine the jade bone humanoid devil. I'll save the rest for when I break through to the soul formation stage. Next, I'll refine the demonic soul pill. Old Demon Pang recovered some of his magic power and waved his sleeves. 5 milky white jade pendants appeared in front of him. 4 of them sank into the ground under his control and surrounded the alchemy furnace, forming a 4-sided formation. His expression was solemn. Rich nascent soul energy flashed in his hand, and an incomparably dense demonic light hit the jade pendants on the ground. The jade pendants trembled slightly and emitted a rich white light. They fused together and turned into a dazzling silver light shield. After doing all this, Old Fiend Pang cast a mysterious spell and shot it at the fifth jade pendant floating above the cauldron. A green ball of light appeared out of thin air. As soon as the green ball of light appeared, it turned into countless green phantoms that shot out in all directions. But the silver light barrier seemed to have some sort of special supernatural ability. No matter how it crashed into it, it couldn't break through. The corners of old Demon Pang's mouth curled up as he said, "You are the wretched Black Demon King, right? You don't have to struggle anymore." The nightmare's spiritual light, formed by the combined power of the 4 EU and Jade pendants, is something that even a peak Demon King's divine soul would not be able to break, much less your weak demon soul. The green sphere of light heard this and stopped its collision. It floated in the center of the silver light shield, and a proud and aloof voice floated out. "Human cultivator, with your cultivation, it is impossible for you to search my soul. If you want the demonic path secret technique, you will have to release me first." Old Devil Pang looked at the devil soul with interest. "Very good. It is indeed a Devil King level devil soul. I didn't expect that the plan that my sect had prepared for 10,000 years would finally benefit me." The wretched Black Demon King was stunned and then said with disdain, "Humph, if I wasn't deceived by that kid, I wouldn't have been captured by you. What a joke." Old Devil Pang laughed and said, "No wonder the demon race was destroyed by us human cultivators in the end. They are all so stupid. Black Demon, if I'm not wrong, after you were born, you used the demonic art of the Red Refining Sect to recover your cultivation, right?" The green sphere of light trembled, and then the voice of the wretched Black Demon King came out. "You searched that kid's soul. Naturally, you know everything about me. Demonic cultivator, if you want the demonic path secret technique, just say it. I can trade with you. Don't talk nonsense." Old Devil Pang shook his head and sighed. "Since you have stayed in the Red Refining Sect, you must be wondering why the 10 great sects of Chu didn't destroy the Red Refining Sect. Instead, they let this sect survive." Old Devil Pang looked at the green sphere of light and continued, "In fact, the complete Red Refining demonic art has always been in the hands of my Red Refining Sect. Unfortunately, this art is different from the Blood Demon art. It is not suitable for human cultivators. According to the handwritten records of the founder of my sect, the Blood Demon Ancestor, these two arts were created by the remnant souls of the demon race in this world. They were created to quickly recover their cultivation. If human cultivators practice the Red Refining demonic art, they will only become pills for the demon race to recover their cultivation. The Blood Demon art, on the other hand, relies on the true demon intent to produce blood demon force. It is very suitable for the demon race to seize the body of a human cultivator. These two arts complement each other and were created solely for the remnant souls of the demon race." Old Devil Pang looked at the silent green sphere of light and said with a smile, "The Blood Demon Ancestor knew that there were many ancient restrictions outside the Sea of Chu that imprisoned the souls of the Demon Kings. He also had the soul-absorbing jade pendant left behind by the Yuan sect. Therefore, he changed the Red Refining demonic art and secretly established the Red Refining sect in Chu. He wanted to use the incomplete Red Refining demonic art to attract the demon souls. Presumably, you have also deduced that even if the incomplete Red Refining demonic art is complete, it will be slow to recover after reaching the nascent soul stage. At this time, you will vaguely remember the relationship between the Red Refining sect and the Blood Refining sect. After inquiring about the characteristics of the Blood Demon art, you will naturally infer that the secret cultivation technique of the Blood Demon force is the key to quickly recover your cultivation. Then, you demon souls will think of ways to obtain this art and sneak into the Blood Refining sect. Then, the soul-absorbing jade pendant in our hands will be able to capture you. Under such a plan, the Demon King's soul, which is almost extinct in the immortal cultivation world, will be delivered to our door. This is the main material for refining the Demon Soul Pill, which can help us demon cultivators enter the spirit-severing stage." Heisha's green ball of light trembled slightly and said with a stern voice, "Nonsense. The demon soul pill has not been researched by the Yuan sect. It is simply a fantasy. Old Devil Pang ignored him and sighed. Unfortunately, the blood demon ancestor was born in the wrong time. In his era, no demon souls took the bait. However, 20,000 years ago, a demon king's soul finally sneaked into our sect and was captured by the Great Elder. This senior of our sect relied on the demon king's soul to refine the demon soul pill and broke through to the spirit-severing stage in one fell swoop. He changed his name to the blood demon ancestor and shocked the immortal cultivation world. Old Devil Pang said again, "By the way, your name is He Sha." According to the records of our sect, the demon soul from 20,000 years ago was called the Night Demon King. When He Sha heard the 3 words, Night Demon King, his green ball of light trembled violently. It seemed that he was very emotional. Old Devil Pang sighed with emotion. Although this old man knew about this 10,000-year inheritance plan and secretly put pressure on the sects of Chu to keep the Red Refining sect, I did not take it to heart. Who would have thought that 100 years ago, a rumor appeared in the Red Refining sect? It seemed that the Red Refining Devil technique had been perfected. Since then, this old man knew that a demon soul had appeared in the world. It was impossible for the devil cultivators of the human race to perfect this technique created by the demon race. In order to speed up the recovery of his cultivation, the demon soul must have spied on the blood refining sect's demon blood technique. A token appeared in old Devil Pang's hand, engraved with the words demon and demon. Although there were various twists and turns, this old man still caught you. That boy has a demon token in his hand. It seems that you and the Night Demon King escaped from the Demon Island. After hearing all this, He Sha's heart was filled with shock and fear. The Night Demon King mentioned by Old Devil Pang was the one he and the other demon souls had paid a great price to send out of the Demon Island 20,000 years ago. How could they have known that the devil cultivators of the human race had already obtained the inheritance of the demon race's technique? They had secretly set up a trap to capture the Night Demon King's soul and refined it into an elixir. He Sha himself, although he had successfully escaped from the Demon Island under the Night Demon King's arrangements, he had fallen into the hands of the human cultivators. Sadly, not only was he unable to complete the task of the sacred race, but he had also helped the cultivators to break through. The Demon King's soul is equivalent to a spirit-severing cultivator. This old man will explain it to you clearly as a form of respect for the strong. You can rest in peace now. After Old Devil Pang finished speaking, a spiritual light flashed in the cauldron, sucking the day's green ball of light into it. A blood-red flame appeared out of thin air and entered the silver light shield as if nothing had happened, wrapping the cauldron inside. Damned cultivators, the sacred race will return to this world sooner or later. Without the help of the demon race, you humans can only... He Sha's words were only halfway through when he fell into endless pain. Old Devil Pang didn't pay attention to the demon soul screams. He refined the elixir according to the blood-refining sect's inheritance. Although his alchemy skills weren't low, he had to go all out in the face of a top-grade elixir like the demon soul elixir. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Book Guest House Mobile Edition. Chapter 851. Although the Demon King's soul's courage can be refined 4 times, it will weaken with each refinement. I didn't expect to succeed on my first try and reach the peak of its medicinal efficacy. This little guy seems to be my lucky chance. Everything went smoothly after I killed him. Old Demon Pang's face was filled with joy. A dark green medicinal pill was floating in the air before him. It was covered with complicated patterns and emitted an indescribable fluctuation. Just by using his spiritual sense, his late nascent soul stage spiritual sense felt extremely comfortable. It was obvious that the medicinal efficacy was amazing. Old Demon Pang put away the demon soul pill and walked toward the pile of blood-colored light barriers in the corner of the secret chamber. An incomparably terrifying telepathic thought swept past. He focused on Lu Kuan's light purple skeleton and revealed a satisfied expression. After 2 months, the essence of the blood spirit is only on the surface of the skeleton. The material is indeed close to a mature artifact. With such a rare treasure added to the foundation stone, my improved Jadebone Devilman can be transformed into a magic treasure instead of a spirit-linked magic treasure. Old Demon Pang then looked at the last blood-colored light barrier. A dark red ball of light shot out and turned into a blood net, entering the body of the old man inside. The white-haired old man with a jade-like face trembled slightly and slowly opened his eyes. He saw Old Demon Pang and sighed. "Senior Pang, it seems that my time is up." Old Demon Pang said, "Niao Wufeng, you're the most tactful one. With your cooperation, I'm more confident in refining the Jadebone Devilman." Niao Wufeng revealed a sad smile. "Senior, you're such a decisive demonic overlord. Even you're willing to let junior brothers you go and let the Yang clan continue to pass on. What's Niao Wufeng's broken body to you?" Old Demon Pang chuckled. "Very good. You've entered the late nascent soul stage and have a wind attribute spiritual root. I need you to cooperate at the last moment to harmonize the power of the mutant." Niao Wufeng was puzzled. Harmonize the power of the mutant? "Senior, aren't you going to refine my golden core and body as materials for the Jadebone Devilman?" The corners of Old Demon Pang's mouth curled up slightly as he revealed a prideful expression. "That's right. However, the Jadebone humanoid devil that I've researched is different from the refinement method passed down in my sect. I'll need your cooperation. Although the effect will be slightly inferior, the requirements for the materials will be greatly reduced. Do you know what kind of materials the original Jadebone humanoid requires?" Niao Wufeng smiled bitterly. "With this junior's cultivation base, how would I know of such a supreme treasure of the demonic path?" Old Demon Pang revealed a look of fascination. The legend of the Jadebone humanoid demon has always been circulating among the high-ranking demonic cultivators. It's said that whoever possesses this supreme treasure of the demonic path will be able to break through to the spirit severing stage. Our sect had a great opportunity. Thousands of years ago, we obtained the refining method of Jadebone Devilman from Yuan's secret territory. I didn't expect that this treasure was developed by the seniors of Yuan School. Niao Wufeng couldn't help but immerse himself in Old Demon Pang's story after hearing about this supreme treasure that could assist in breaking through to the spirit-severing stage, even though he knew that he didn't have long to live. The demonic path cultivation method was created by Yuan School after studying the demonic race. Although the combat strength of demonic path cultivation methods is generally higher than ordinary immortal cultivation methods, breaking through to the spirit-severing stage is much more difficult than cultivating spiritual qi. The key lies in the true demon pool. True demon pool? It's said that the high-ranking demonic generals of the demonic race must soak in the true demon pool to cultivate. Only then can they break through the bottleneck and enter the demonic king stage, which is the spirit-severing stage. Niao Wufeng couldn't help but ask, "Blood Refining Sect is the leader of the demonic sects in Qi, so you should have a true demon pool, right?" Old Demon Pang said, "The 7 demons sect of Qi, the Yin-Yang sect, and even the miraculous gate of Wei all have a true demon pool. My sect has more than one true demon pool, but so what? The true demon pool contains a kind of brutal and terrifying consciousness. With my peak nascent soul stage spiritual sense and the uniqueness of blood devil art, I can only withstand it for 6 hours at most. If I exceed that time, my soul will be invaded by the true demon intent, and I will become a lunatic who has lost his mind. Breaking through to the spirit-severing stage isn't something that can be completed in a few days. At the very least, you need to soak in the true demon pool for several months. If you don't have the means to resist the true demon intent, even a great demonic cultivator with high aptitude will not be able to break through to the spirit-severing stage." Old Demon Pang paused and continued. Yuan School understood this point and came up with various methods to help. The most reliable method was to purify the brutal consciousness in the true demon water and produce pure, true demon water for demonic cultivators at the peak of nascent soul stage to soak in. However, this method takes too much time and produces too little pure, true demon water. It's simply not enough. The only spirit severing stage senior of my school happened to be at the core bearing stage when Yuan's secret realm first appeared. He obtained the pure, true demon water that had been accumulated for tens of thousands of years. Coupled with other opportunities, he entered the spirit-severing stage. Niao Wufeng immediately understood after hearing the secret of the spirit-severing stage. Could it be that the Jade-Bone Devil Man? Old Demon Pang nodded and said, yes, the Jade-Bone Devil Man was developed by the Yuan school. It's a supreme treasure that can resist the invasion of the true demon intent. In addition to various rare demonic materials, it also needs demonic cultivators as its core materials. Old Demon Pang looked at the figure inside the blood-red light shield and said slowly, to refine the Jade-Bone Devil Man, one must capture alive nascent soul stage demonic cultivators with wind, thunder, ice, and dark spirit roots, as well as the skeleton of a demonic general who died less than 1,000 years ago. First, the nascent soul and physical body of the 4 demonic cultivators are refined into their respective bones using a secret method to form the 4 spirit bones of different attributes. Then, they are fused with the Great 5 Elements technique developed by the seniors of the Yuan school to form the chaos spirit bones of the 5 elements. Only with the skeleton of a demonic general and a series of other materials can the Jade-Bone Devil Man be refined. Niao Wufeng was dumbstruck when he heard this. He, who had inherited orthodox refining techniques, had never heard of such a terrifying refining method. The most basic materials required 4 nascent soul stage devil cultivators. Old Demon Pang sighed and said, the senior who invented this method is really a genius. The wind, thunder, and ice spirit roots are the result of the mutation of the 5 element spirit roots. As for the dark spirit root, it said that it appeared in the immortal cultivation world due to the influence of the devil chi. The chaos spirit bones, formed by the fusion of 4 different spirit roots, are not only compatible with the 5 elements force of the immortal cultivation world, but also have a strong affinity with the devil chi. Rumor has it that the skeleton of a demonic general is not only comparable to a mature magic treasure, but it also has a great resistance against the true devil intent. As long as a demonic cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage refines the Jade-Bone Devil Man and fuses it into his body, not only can he resolve the conflict between the heaven and earth Yuan Qi and the devil Yuan Qi, but he can also resist the invasion of the true devil intent. His cultivation in the spirit-severing stage is almost guaranteed. Niao Wufeng was amazed. Such a supreme demonic treasure had long surpassed the scope of refining. He could imagine that the senior who invented the Jade-Bone Devil Man was definitely in existence above the spirit-severing stage. Old Demon Pang sighed and said, what a pity. It's been 70 to 80,000 years since the invasion of the demonic race. Even if our sect has a few corpses of demonic generals, they're no longer useful. The refining method of the Jade-Bone Devil Man specifically emphasized that only the bones of demonic generals who died within 1,000 years have a special energy that can maintain the maturity of the bones. After 1,000 years, as this special energy dissipates, the demonic bones material will decline to the level of an ordinary magic treasure. In this way, it won't be able to withstand the destructive force produced by the repulsion between the chaos spirit bone and the demonic bone. Old Demon Pang continued, let's not talk about the bones of demonic generals. To capture a nascent soul stage demonic cultivator of the wind, thunder, ice, and darkness attributes alive is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Not to mention the rarity of cultivators with variant spiritual roots. The number of nascent soul stage cultivators is even rarer. He sighed and said, among all the nascent soul stage demonic cultivators I know, excluding my own dark spiritual roots, there are only 2 of them. The one with the wind spiritual roots is a mid-stage nascent soul stage demonic cultivator who is proficient in the wind escape technique. I can't capture him alive. The one with the ice spiritual roots is also a late-stage nascent soul stage great cultivator. She's also the leader of a sect. Although I'm stronger than her, it's still impossible to capture her alive. Niao Wufeng was stunned. Old Demon Pang didn't seem to be talking about the demonic cultivators of the Qi Kingdom. In other words, in all the countries that this great cultivator had traveled to, he couldn't gather 4 nascent soul stage demonic cultivators with variant spiritual roots. No wonder Senior wanted to modify the refining method of the Jadebone Devil Man to lower the difficulty. I'm afraid that even in the ancient times, the real Jadebone Devil Man couldn't achieve it. Chapter 852. Old Fiend Pang looked at the figures shrouded in blood-red light and lamented, I don't know about the ancient times, but nowadays, it's even harder to gather materials for a Jadebone humanoid devil than for a soul formation cultivator. But without the power of a nascent soul, the chances of forming a chaos spirit bone is less than 10%. And the most complete demon general bone left behind by my sect is only an ordinary Dharma treasure. So, if you want to refine a Jadebone humanoid devil, you have to find a suitable bone foundation. Hearing this, Niao Wufeng recalled the information Old Fiend Pang once mentioned and said bitterly, Bone foundation. It seems that you've thought of the Yang clan's psychic puppet art. Old Fiend Pang's eyes were filled with admiration. That's right. After Shi Jingtian from the Miraculous Gate came to me, I remembered that the Yang clan from 10,000 years ago used the psychic puppet art to shock the immortal cultivation world. Rumor has it that a top-notch psychic puppet has the combat power of a nascent soul cultivator and is a humanoid puppet. I speculate that its structure is similar to a human skeleton. Moreover, a psychic puppet is a psychic Dharma treasure, and its material must be good. It might even help me modify the Jadebone humanoid devil. So, I agreed to help the Miraculous Gate to intimidate the Shangqing sect and chase away the only great cultivator of the Wei Nation. Finally, I obtained the psychic puppet art from your patriarch Fong. Old Fiend Pang recalled his years of research and sighed. I didn't expect that the psychic puppet art would really make a Jadebone humanoid devil possible. I wonder where your Yang clan inherited the psychic puppet art. Its concept is actually similar to the Jadebone humanoid devil. The basic part of refining a nascent soul cultivator is to refine a puppet's body. The silver dragon meteoric iron is used as the main material to form the skeleton. Various high-level microformations are carved on the skeleton, and precious materials are used to form an energy formation in the center of the body to place high-grade spirit stones. The second most important technique in the book, and the one that inspired me the most, is the nascent soul refining technique and the golden core refining technique. A nascent soul cultivator's body requires a special secret technique to fuse a nascent soul into the puppet's body so that the body can activate the nascent soul's power. As for a golden core. The method of smelting nascent souls is similar to the Jadebone Devilman's method of smelting the bodies of different kinds of nascent souls. Since the smelting of nascent souls is similar, the method of smelting gold cores in the sentient puppets can be used as a reference. Thus, I fused the golden core smelting technique of the puppet art with the secret technique of the Jadebone humanoid devil and created a method to refine the strange power of late core formation stage demonic cultivators. The body of a late core completion stage cultivator is even weaker than that of a nascent soul stage cultivator. This strange power cannot withstand it. Then I will use the bones of a sentient puppet as a substitute. Old Devil Pang concluded. Therefore, the first stage of the refinement of the pseudo-Jadebone humanoid devil is to refine the sentient puppet bones and use them as the foundation to fuse the alien powers of the 4 late core formation demonic cultivators into them. In the second stage, I'll use the great 5 elements art to refine and fuse the power of different species, forming the 5 elements chaos bone. Even though it was refined by a late stage core formation stage demonic cultivator, the 5 elements chaotic force produced in the end is still terrifying. It's definitely comparable to the power of the nascent soul stage. The sentient puppet's bones can be infused with the power of the nascent soul stage. So naturally, it can withstand the 5 elements chaotic force. Old Demon Pang looked at Niao Wufeng and said, "At this stage, I will use a secret technique to protect your soul temporarily. With Niao Wufeng's powerful talent, you can control the power of the wind element and assist me in harmonizing the power of the 5 elements to form the puppet bones of the chaos element." Niao Wufeng nodded silently. Old Devil Pang continued, "Since it was refined by a devil cultivator of the late core formation stage, the 5 elements chaos attribute would definitely be very weak. Therefore, I chose the weakest devil general skeleton in my sect. The 3rd stage is to fuse this demon general's bone into the chaos puppet's bone. Through the Jade Bone humanoid devil's secret refining technique, the chaos force of the 5 elements will fuse with the demon race's racial attribute in the demon bone. After 3 stages, my fake Jade Bone humanoid devil will be completed. Although its abilities will definitely be weaker than the real Jade Bone humanoid devil, it's more than enough for me, who cultivates the blood demon technique." When Niao Wufeng heard this, he suddenly asked, "According to Senior's method, wouldn't the pseudo Jade Bone humanoid devil become a psychic magic treasure with the skeleton as the foundation? Even if a spirit channeling magic treasure is refined, it cannot be absorbed into one's body. Senior, as you said earlier, the real Jade Bone Devil Man has to be refined into one's body. Only then can it produce unimaginable auxiliary effects." There was some praise in Old Demon Pang's voice. As expected of the master of the Yang clan's refining peak. This is indeed the flaw of the fake Jade Bone humanoid. But think about it. What is the main material of a spirit-channeling puppet's bones? Niao Wufeng was slightly taken aback. "Senior, if you want to withstand the power of the 5 elements of chaos, it will naturally be a nascent soul-level puppet. Its bones must be made of silver dragon meteorite." Soon after, he understood. "I understand now. The silver dragon meteorite's special characteristic is to ensure that the magical treasure's abilities remain the same. Senior, you're enlarging the spirit-channeling puppet and hiding your body in its abdomen before soaking it in the true demon pool." Old Demon Pang shook his head. "Think about it again. If this method works, why would the Jade Bone humanoid devil need to be made into a human skeleton? Wouldn't it be better to make it into a wooden barrel?" After all, Niao Wufeng was proficient in the art of refining. With Old Demon Pang's reminder, he quickly understood. "Senior, could it be that during the 1st stage of refining the spirit-channeling puppet's bones, you adjusted the structure of the bones so that after enlarging them, each spirit-channeling puppet's bones could be attached to your body to form a layer of bone armor?" Old Demon Pang clicked his tongue and said, "Niao Wufeng, you are indeed smart. Not bad. That's exactly what I was thinking. However, as you know, the structure of the spirit-channeling puppet is already very perfect. After I modified it, a lot of variables will occur, and the difficulty of refining it will be greatly increased." Then he looked at Lu Kuan's bright purple skeleton at the edge of the bloody shield and said with a smile, "Fortunately, I was lucky enough to get a piece of magical equipment made of human bones that is close to maturity. In this case, I don't have to modify the structure anymore." Niao Wufeng could not see the human bones that Old Demon Pang mentioned through several bloody shields. He asked in disbelief, "Is there such a magical equipment made of human bones in this world? Doesn't it mean that the immortal cultivator has to craft more than 200 embedded magical equipment and assimilate them into his body in turn? Then, the immortal cultivator has to nurture so many embedded magical equipment to the level of maturity? A complete set of magical equipment can be nurtured as many magical equipment as one. But to nurture an embedded magical equipment to such a level, it will take at least 1,000 years." Old Demon Pang's eyes flickered as he said, "It was a coincidence that I got this magical equipment made of human bones. Niao Wufeng, with your knowledge of refining, you should know that with this magical equipment made of human bones, the pseudo-J-Bone Devil Man can be refined into a magical equipment instead of a spirit-channeling puppet. Niao Wufeng's eyes were still filled with shock. After a moment of thought, he said, "That's right. With this human skeleton that is close to maturity, the foundation stone can be changed. The J-Bone Devil Man needs matured materials. Therefore, in the first stage, we will use this human skeleton as the main material. Using the refining method of the spirit-channeling puppet, we will fuse the silver dragon meteorite iron into the human skeleton to strengthen the material and carve the relevant arrays, turning it into a matured magical equipment made of human bones. The rest of the steps remain the same. The final pseudo-J-Bone Devil Man will become a magical equipment that can be refined and absorbed into the body." Old Demon Pang laughed out loud. "Well said, Niao Wufeng. Next, I will teach you the great 5 elements art so that you can harmonize the power of the mutants. Don't worry about Zhu Siming. I will do as I say." Niao Wufeng nodded and sighed in his heart. He was not afraid of death. The only thing he cared about was the legacy of the Yang clan. He had lived in the Yang clan since he was young. He had been a Qi refining disciple in the clan all the way to the master of the refining peak. The Yang clan was like his home. During the massacre of the Yang clan, only a few Foundation establishment disciples had managed to escape, and Lu Kuan, whom Niao Wufeng had taken a fancy to, had also lost his cultivation and was only at the Qi refining stage. Under the pursuit of the Colossus that was the miraculous gate, Niao Wufeng felt that the chances of these people surviving were slim, let alone passing on the legacy of the Yang clan. Now, Old Demon Pang wanted him to offer his life and help him refine the J-Bone Devil Man. That way, Zhu Siming would be able to safely pass on the legacy of the Yang clan. He could not refuse such a deal. However, Niao Wufeng did not know that the human skeleton magical equipment mentioned by Old Demon Pang was actually Lu Kuan, the disciple of the refining peak he had taken a fancy to, who was only 10 meters away from him. Chapter 853. A day later, Old Devil Pang looked at Niao Wufeng, who was meditating with his eyes closed, and asked, "How is your progress?" After a while, Niao Wufeng opened his eyes. He rubbed his temples and said with a wry smile, "That's right. This junior has already gained a preliminary understanding of the wind attribute of the great 5 elements art. However, I'm only at the beginner level of the other parts. I can't guarantee if I can help Senior to harmonize the mutant energy." Old Devil Pang's eyes flashed with surprise, and he said, "The wind attribute of the hidden spiritual root is indeed powerful. You've already comprehended it in just one day. You don't have to worry about the other elements. This old man will use the great 5 elements art to fuse the elements of the other people below. You can watch this old man cast the art and compare it with each other. You'll naturally be able to comprehend all kinds of mysteries." "Yes, Senior." Niao Wufeng looked at the blood-red barrier around him. Judging from the number, Old Devil Pang didn't just capture wind, thunder, ice, and dark demonic cultivators. Obviously, he wanted to fuse the mutant energy of the weaker cultivators into the bodies of the stronger cultivators to enhance the effect. Old Devil Pang threw out 2 blood-red magic balls into the 2 blood-red light barriers. They turned into a blood-red net and wrapped around the 2 people inside. The blood-red light shield slowly dissipated, revealing the figures inside. One of them was Chun Hao, the disciple of the blood-refining sect who cultivated the true devil lightning-controlling true spell. His eyes were closed, and there were blood-red threads on his skin. Beside him was a naked young woman with a curvaceous body. She emitted the demonic energy of an early core formation cultivator. Her fair skin was also covered with blood threads. Obviously, this young woman was also a Rellingan demonic cultivator captured by Old Devil Pang. Although she was only an early core formation cultivator, Old Devil Pang could use the great 5 elements art to fuse the attributes of the Rellingan into Chun Hao's body. After throwing the young woman into Chun Hao's formation, 3 colorful spiritual stones appeared in Old Devil Pang's hand. They contained a shocking amount of spiritual energy that far surpassed mid-grade spiritual stones. They were extremely rare, high-grade spiritual stones. The appearance of the high-grade spiritual stones immediately caused a large amount of demonic energy in the surroundings to surge. It seemed that the demonic energy was trying to suppress the repulsive energy. However, the demonic energy couldn't enter within 3 feet of Old Devil Pang. Under Old Devil Pang's control, the high-grade spiritual stones sank into the formation below Chun Hao. Old Devil Pang muttered something under his breath, and a mysterious wave of magic appeared. The spiritual chi produced by the 3 spiritual stones seemed to be guided by something and fused together in a special way. A rich purple light rose up and shrouded the 2 people in the magic array. A nascent soul stage aura flashed by, and the purple light turned into an incomparably vigorous purple flame. A profound thunder element aura rushed towards him. Old Devil Pang chanted the incantation as he struck out one spell after another. The spiritual chi within the 3 high-grade spirit stones fused with the purple flames and maintained a burning state. Nia Wufeng, who was observing Old Devil Pang's incantation and casting method, seemed to have comprehended something. After a day, the life aura and soul fluctuation inside had already disappeared. Inside the flame, a purple skeleton wrapped in blood threads could be vaguely seen. The blood threads seemed to be protecting the skeleton. Elder Pang changed his spell, and the purple flames slowly dissipated. They turned into purple light and merged with the blood vessels on the skeleton, turning into a layer of blood-purple magic net. It enveloped the human-shaped skeleton that was emitting a strong thunder element aura and suspended it above the magic circle. Next, Old Devil Pang took out 3 high-grade spiritual stones, and Fu Zhan used late core formation stage cultivation with an unfamiliar female cultivator into an ice crystal jade skeleton. Nia Wufeng, after refining your golden core and flesh, my soul condensing technique can only keep your soul intact for half a day. Therefore, I need you to use the Great 5 Elements technique to refine the wind elemental energy of this early core formation stage cultivator and seal it in your golden core. In the second stage, I'll refine your golden core. You've seen me use the special spirit flames of the Great 5 Elements art twice. You should know what to do, right? Nia Wufeng looked at the demonic cultivator in front of him and the 3 high-grade spiritual stones that Old Devil Pang threw at him. He pondered for a moment and said, I see. Senior, you gave me the demonic seed bead decades ago. You wanted me to have some nascent soul stage energy in my body so that I could activate the fire of wind elemental energy. Old Devil Pang nodded and said, It seems that you understand. Go ahead and cast the spell. I will guide you if you need anything. Then, with the help of Old Devil Pang, Nia Wufeng used his devil chi that contained a trace of nascent soul power to activate the spirit chi in the high-grade spirit stone, forming a wind spirit fire that enveloped the devil cultivator in front of him. As the fire of wind elemental energy burned, tiny green threads slowly appeared and entered Nia Wufeng's body. In less than half a day, the demonic cultivator with the early stage core formation stage with a wind elemental energy had turned into ashes. Nia Wufeng was also wrapped in the blood-red demonic net that appeared from the spell formation below him. Nia Wufeng could clearly feel that the blood-red demonic net not only locked his golden core that had just been infused with the wind elemental energy, but also wrapped around his bones. The demonic net seemed to have been activated by Old Devil Pang's nascent soul stage energy. It wrapped around the bones of these materials to prevent the fragile bones from breaking under the influence of the demonic energy. After seeing that Nia Wufeng was done, Old Devil Pang looked at Su Zihong with a regretful expression. The dark spiritual root is too hard to find. I barely managed to get this kid to the early stage core formation stage. Fortunately, Su Zihong has swallowed the demonic marrow body and can withstand some of the dark spiritual root's power. He barely meets the requirements. As he spoke, the nascent soul stage energy in old Devil Pang's body churned. A small dark red ball slowly floated out of his mouth and entered Su Zihong's body with an extremely dense and gloomy aura. Then, he took out a jade bottle and let it float above Su Zihong's head. A ball of extremely pure, demonic liquid flowed out. It was the pure, true demonic water. Then, a purplish-black flame flourished and wrapped Su Zihong within it. Half a day later, the blood devil with the dark spiritual root, who was regarded as a future enemy by the Seven Fiends sect, turned into a dark red skeleton. He was wrapped in the black demonic net and floated above the spell formation. After doing all this, old Devil Pang's face was a little pale. He quickly took out a jade bottle and poured a small mouthful of the purplish-black liquid into his mouth. Then, an extremely dense, demonic energy was gradually produced in his body. Old Devil Pang's face became rosy again. He sighed. The mystical demonic primordial water is indeed worthy of its reputation. It has replenished the lost vitality. Otherwise, I would have to meditate for at least a month. After slightly adjusting his breath, he looked at the last blood-red barrier. He waved his hand, and Lu Kuan's pale, purple skeleton slowly floated up and floated into a square spell formation not far away. A demonic light flashed, and several silver dragon iron pillars appeared beside Lu Kuan's skeleton. Old Devil Pang sat cross-legged. As the dense demonic blood energy surged, two blood-red flames, one big and one small, appeared out of thin air in the square spell formation. The two flames were placed under the silver dragon iron pillars and Lu Kuan's skeleton respectively. Not only did they emit a terrifying heat, but the flames also contained an astonishing amount of nascent soul stage power. Old Devil Pang's spell formation was specially used to gather the heat of the flames. Even for a top cultivator like Old Devil Pang, it would be difficult to melt so much silver dragon meteoric iron in a liquid. He had to rely on the spell formation to conserve demonic energy. As for Lu Kuan's skeleton, Old Devil Pang only needed to soften it before the silver dragon meteoric iron melted. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Book Guesthouse mobile version. Chapter 854. Under the burning of the blood-red flame, the word bone deep was no longer enough to describe what Lu Kuan was feeling. After the flesh condensation technique was completed, all the essence of the body was concentrated in the marrow cavity deep in the bones. In other words, all the nervous system was also concentrated in the marrow cavity, and the perception of pain was gathered together. Although Old Devil Pang's true fire, which contained the power of the nascent soul, did not directly burn the flesh and nerves, the terrifying heat was transmitted. It was as if Lu Kuan's sensory nerves were placed in a boiler and steamed. Fortunately, after more than 40 years of tempering, Lu Kuan's bone treasure was close to the material of a mature magic treasure. It could be said that it was at the peak of the middle stage of the bone treasure. In a short time, the true fire of a nascent soul could not soften it. Under the protection of the bone treasure, the flesh and blood essence concentrated in the bones could still maintain its original state. Without the protection of the bone treasure, with the power of the true fire of the late nascent soul stage, the condensed flesh and blood essence would have been turned into a pool of blood. Lu Kuan's nerves were tense, and he suppressed all the pain. He maintained the divine soul concealment technique to prevent fluctuations from being discovered by Old Devil Pang. This old man is sensing the softness of my bones. If I generate internal muscles now, he may find something unusual. I might as well take this opportunity to sense the connection and changes between the essences of my organs, blood, and tendons. In the future, to generate the original power of the body, these three must be integrated into a whole. Lu Kuan's flesh and nerves endured the burning pain, and he forcibly sensed the changes in his flesh and blood essence under the high temperature. Refining the body was like refining weapons. When he first entered the foundation establishment stage, which was the muscle refining stage, Lu Kuan used the high-temperature flames to transform his muscles. From there, he condensed liquid mana and reached the foundation establishment stage. Before the middle stage of the bone treasure, he was also refining the material of the body until the bones were refined into treasures. After that, the late stage of the bone treasure also strengthened the bone treasure to the level of a mature magic treasure. It could be said that Lu Kuan was using the method of refining weapons to guide the path of body refining. What he needed to do next was to find a way to generate the original power of the body. Only with this kind of strange power could he exert the strongest state of his body and be able to compete with the power of the nascent soul stage. The prerequisite for the creation of the physical body's origin power was that the physical body had to become a whole and fuse into the same origin power. At this moment, the essence of his flesh and blood was inside his bones, which were still being calcined by the true fire of the nascent soul. From the perspective of refining, he could test the possibility of merging his tendons, blood, viscera, and bones into one. After half a day, Lu Kuan gradually adapted to the pain. His bones showed signs of softening. As more heat from the nascent soul, true fire entered his body. The flesh and blood inside his bones showed signs of merging under Lu Kuan's active control. But at this moment, Lu Kuan suddenly realized that the essence of his internal organs had undergone some changes after the fusion. His vision in the skeleton's eye sockets began to blur and wasn't as clear as before. The heart in his sternum had somewhat reduced control over his blood. He suddenly realized something. No, this is wrong. Lu Kuan immediately used his nerves to control his tendons, blood, and internal organs. He forcefully separated them. After a while, his vision became clear again. I've used the flesh and blood condensation technique. Although my internal organs are gone, the essence of my internal organs is still attached to my bones. They can still perform their previous functions. The same goes for my tendons and blood. Under the power of the nascent soul, true fire, the fusion of my tendons, blood, and internal organs will cause their functions to disappear. This is equal to the necrosis of my cells. My flesh and blood cannot be reborn. If this continues, my flesh and blood will turn into a pool of blood inside my bones. After the bones are calcined into liquid, they will completely fuse together. But without a solid body to attach to, how can I create the physical body's origin power? After I turn into a pool of refining materials, I will be no different from Hong Yintian. My physical body will completely disappear. I don't have a demonic corpse avatar, so I will definitely die. Lu Kuan's heart was filled with fear. He tried his best to control his flesh and blood to resist the fusion of the three elements under the high temperature. It seems that the physical body's origin power cannot be realized through refining. Then, there's only one last path left. Under the calcination of old devil pang, the bones were in a state of softening. This way, the bones could maintain the shape of a human body. Every time the bones continued to soften, the power of the nascent soul, true fire, would decrease. After a long period of calcination, the spirit-controlling formation on the bone treasure had been completely refined. However, old devil pang deliberately kept the formation on the bone treasure and strengthened it a little with the nascent soul true fire. After a few more days, the few pieces of silver dragon meteorite iron were finally melted into liquid. Through the eye sockets of the skull, Lu Kuan vaguely saw a pile of glittering silver liquid being controlled by old devil pang into the shape of a human bone and attaching to his bones. A piercing pain that was hundreds of times more terrible than the heart-piercing pain entered Lu Kuan's nerves. The liquid essence of the silver dragon meteorite iron was mixed with a terrifying heat. It covered the outermost layer of the bone membrane and slowly seeped into the dense material of the bone. At the same time, Lu Kuan could feel a terrifying power of consciousness modifying the shape of the silver dragon meteorite iron from the outside. It was adjusting it according to the refining method of the sentient puppet's bones to suit the next step of carving the formation. The silver dragon meteorite iron is very strong. Even old devil pang took several days to melt it. If my bone treasure is fully integrated with it, its defensive power will be increased to the extreme. I have to find a way to integrate all the dense material of the bone with the silver dragon meteorite iron. This way, the bone marrow will not be affected and the cultivation of the body refining method will not be affected. With this thought, Lu Kuan immediately adjusted the dense material of the bone in his body and used the heat of the nascent soul true fire to absorb the silver dragon meteorite iron. He also had the refining method of the sentient puppet in his mind. This action would not affect Old Devil Pang's refining at all. The only difference was that the consumption of the silver dragon meteorite iron would be greatly increased. At this moment, the refining process was very turbulent. Since Old Devil Pang's power of consciousness was focused on the silver dragon meteorite iron, Lu Kuan activated the essence of the tendons and blood at the same time. In the cancellous material and bone marrow cavity, fine muscle fibers began to be formed. After more than half a day, Old Devil Pang looked at the skeleton in the air and the pile of light silver impurities beside it with a puzzled expression. Strange. Why is the silver dragon meteorite iron being consumed so quickly? Only a small part of it has been covered. Scanning Lu Kuan's skeleton with his powerful consciousness, Old Devil Pang exclaimed in surprise. So that's how it is. This magical bone treasure is full of spirituality and can actively absorb the silver dragon meteorite iron. Very good. This way, the material of the skeleton foundation will be greatly strengthened. Then, Old Devil Pang took out a pile of silver dragon meteorite iron and started to refine it. Half a month passed. Old Devil Pang's face was pale. Looking at the skeleton in front of him, he exhaled heavily. At this moment, Lu Kuan's skeleton had turned from light purple to silver. It was shining with a dazzling light. Old Devil Pang had to increase the power of his nascent soul true fire to the maximum to maintain the softening of the skeleton. The refining of the Jade Bone Devil Man is really difficult. Just the refining of the skeleton foundation has consumed so much of my demonic energy. However, after thoroughly fusing with the silver dragon meteorite iron, the material of this skeleton has already surpassed that of a matured magical treasure. The next two stages should be much easier. Old Devil Pang took out the mystical demon true water and took a small sip. Relying on the demonic energy in his body to maintain the calcining of his nascent soul true fire, he prepared for the next step of the miniature formation. The refining of the Jade Bone Devil Man requires this skeleton to withstand the power of chaos and destruction of the 5 elements. This treasure has a sturdy formation and the silver dragon meteorite iron. Needless to say, the quality is more than enough. All I need to do is to carve the Yuan spirit formation of the sentient puppet. Then, Old Devil Pang concentrated on carving on the softened surface of the skeleton. This Yuan spirit formation was the most important miniature formation of the nascent soul realm sentient puppet. Only with this formation could the sentient puppet bear and operate the power of the nascent soul. After Old Devil Pang's research, this formation could also bear the power of chaos of the 5 elements. Yuan spirit formation was different from ordinary miniature formations of magical treasures. It was a type of pure rune that covered the entire body. Its structure was very complicated. To carve it on a matured magical treasure, one would need to have the spiritual sense of at least mid-nascent soul realm. Although Old Devil Pang had the spiritual sense of a peak late nascent soul realm cultivator, the material of the skeleton was much stronger. Thus, the difficulty was still not small. As the Yuan spirit rune was carved, Old Devil Pang found that his spiritual sense was in an excellent state. It was almost completed in one go, as if the conditions were right. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a layer of abstruse and complicated patterns appeared on the silver skeleton. They were densely packed on every bone, glistening like some kind of strange meridians. The foundation of the Jade Bone Devilman skeleton was completely formed. Chapter 855. After meditating for a few days, Old Demon Pang's demonic energy recovered to its peak state. He then walked to the silver skeleton and began adjusting the formation, turning the square formation into a huge circular formation. At the same time, he took out 5 high-grade spirit stones of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as a small bottle of pure, true demonic water, and placed them in various corners of the formation. Old Demon Pang's cave was filled with demonic chi. Only high-grade spirit stones could provide the pure spiritual chi required for the second stage of the Jade Bone humanoid devil. High-grade spirit stones were extremely rare in the cultivation world. Usually, only 1 or 2 would appear in a large spirit vein. They were items that could only be chanced upon by luck. Even an ordinary nascent soul cultivator might not necessarily have one on him. Old Demon Pang had prepared more than 20 high-grade spirit stones for refining the Jade Bone humanoid devil. Rare demonic cultivators with mutated spiritual roots, bones comparable to mature magic treasures, large amounts of silver dragon meteoric iron, bones of demon generals, and various other supplementary materials were extremely precious. As a great cultivator, Old Demon Pang had to rely on the resources of the blood refining sect to barely gather all of them. He only had one chance to refine them. After arranging the formation, Old Demon Pang's hands flickered with demonic light. Not far away, the mutated skeleton and Nya Wufeng slowly floated over. Wind, thunder, ice, and darkness faced each other and hovered above the new circular formation, surrounding the silver skeleton in the middle. Old Demon Pang made a hand seal, and an indescribable soul power fluctuation appeared. It turned into a black spiritual light and entered Nya Wufeng's forehead. Nya Wufeng, this old man's soul concentrating technique, combined with the blood demon net, can guarantee that your soul can survive for half a day, even if your physical body dies. During this half a day, you can still control your wind spiritual root. Old Demon Pang hesitated for a moment before continuing. Not long ago, I arranged for people to investigate. The remaining Foundation establishment disciples of the Yang clan have settled down in Chu and established a small sect called the Treasure Pavilion. They are cooperating with the Spirit Transformation sect. Your Yang clan can be considered to have survived. Zhu Siming has also gone to Chu. I believe you can find them. Nya Wufeng's eyes flashed with surprise. Then he said seriously, "Thank you for telling me, Senior." Nya Wufeng promises Senior that he will do his best. Old Demon Pang said with satisfaction, "Very good. The wind element is the last one. Pay attention to the other elements." "Yes, Senior." Old Devil Pang waved his hand, and the Rellingan skeleton that was wrapped in the blood-purple magic net rose into the air. Then, several lightning-attributed materials appeared in the air, and a blood-red flame enveloped them all. Although these materials were precious, they were not on the same level as the Silver Dragon meteorite iron. Under the burning of Old Devil Pang's nascent soul, true fire, they were quickly melted into liquid and fused with Rellingan's bones. 2 hours later, the flames dissipated. This skeleton was wrapped up by the blood-purple demon net, barely resembling a human skeleton. If it weren't for the demon net, it would have turned into a puddle of liquid. If it were the orthodox refining method of the Jade Bone humanoid devil, refining a nascent soul variant devil cultivator will be able to maintain the skeleton's form with the help of the variant nascent soul variant devil cultivator. Old Devil Pang muttered some incantations and activated the golden core smelting technique of the medium puppet art. The lightning skeleton gradually became thinner, and the purple luster became deeper. At the same time, the elemental spirit array on the foundation stone of the silver skeleton shone brightly, and a spiritual light appeared. It automatically wrapped the lightning skeleton's essence and absorbed it into the runes of the elemental spirit array. The original layer of demon net turned into a blood-red demon ball and returned to Old Devil Pang's body. After the silver skeleton absorbed the Rellingan's essence, 6 purple imprints that contained lightning runes suddenly appeared on its arms, legs, chest, and back. These 6 imprints emitted an intense purple light, and the lightning-attributed essence that covered the silver skeleton seemed to be affected and wanted to gather towards these 6 imprints. Old Devil Pang's expression changed when he saw these 6 imprints. He flicked his 10 fingers, and 6 blood-red threads shot out. They hit the 6 thunder imprints and scattered them as easily as a butcher dismembering an ox. After the thunder imprints were shattered, they turned into several purple lights and entered the elemental spirit array on the skeleton. The 6 blood-red threads turned into a demon net again and enveloped the skeleton. Along with the wisps of lightning, the demon net peeled off a layer of lightning essence from the skeleton. With a crackling sound, the 2 imprints melted in the air and turned into pure spiritual energy. Niao Wufeng was puzzled when he saw this. With his understanding of the medium puppet art and the great 5 elements art, it was obvious that the skeleton still contained Rellingan's power. In this way, the Rellingan's power was too strong, and it was not suitable. Therefore, Old Devil Pang deliberately peeled off a part of it. But wasn't this skeleton a magic treasure? Even if it was a lightning-attributed magic treasure, it could not contain the power of a cultivator's spiritual root, unless this skeleton was the physical body of a Rellingan cultivator. But how could a human skeleton reach the level of a magic treasure at the mature stage? Niao Wufeng couldn't figure it out, no matter how he thought about it. Old Devil Pang saw that the foundation of the skeleton was stable and that the lightning-attributed essence on the surface was attached to the elemental spirit array. He then continued with the next step. He used the same method to integrate the ice attribute spiritual bone into the foundation. On the elemental spirit runes on the foundation of the skeleton, he added a layer of ice crystal spiritual light. Niao Wufeng. The next step is the most crucial. The dark spiritual root is different from the other spiritual roots, and it will cause an intense conflict. As a great cultivator with the dark spiritual root, I can barely suppress it, but it is not safe. I need you to control the wind attribute spiritual energy and coordinate with the great 5 elements art to make the 4 spiritual roots compatible. Niao Wufeng's eyes were motionless as he said, "Yes, Senior." Old Devil Pang then continued with the spell, integrating the dark spiritual root bone and several other demonic materials into the elemental spirit runes. He did not collect the blood-red magic net, and it still enveloped the elemental spirit array. As for the silver foundation of the skeleton, it seemed that due to the integration of the dark spiritual root's power, there was a great conflict between the various powers. The entire skeleton began to tremble. Old Devil Pang said in a deep voice, "Niao Wufeng, it's your turn." A green flame shot out from the array below and enveloped Niao Wufeng's body. Old Devil Pang threw out several wind attribute materials at the same time, and a nascent soul flame followed closely behind. Niao Wufeng's body turned into a skeleton at a speed visible to the naked eye. The various materials were also burned into specks of spiritual light and merged with the green skeleton. Old Devil Pang's expression was solemn. The demonic aura in his body was equivalent to twice that of a grand cultivator. A terrifying demonic aura filled the secret chamber. He had to suppress the foreign power that was about to erupt from the elemental spirit runes. At the same time, he had to quickly refine Niao Wufeng's wind attribute essence. If it wasn't for his vigorous demonic blood energy, he wouldn't have been able to do this. After only 2 hours, the wind attribute spirit bone was completely formed. It turned into a thin layer of human-shaped bone essence and approached the silver foundation of the skeleton. Niao Wufeng, you can now actively control your wind attribute essence. The moment I collect the magic net, it will be the time for you to adjust your foreign power. Sensing Niao Wufeng's affirmation of the soul fluctuation, Old Devil Pang activated a spell and collected the blood magic net. The green wind attribute essence directly entered the surging elemental spirit runes. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. The wind, thunder, ice, and darkness attributes clashed fiercely as soon as they came in contact. Although the explosion was loud, the foreign power of the explosion was not transmitted. It was directly absorbed by the silver foundation of the skeleton. My method is indeed correct. This elemental spirit runes can easily withstand it. Old Devil Pang's face lit up with joy. He continued to activate the spell. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and pitch-black pure demonic chi soared up from the spell formation below. They turned into spiritual lights of 6 different colors and entered the elemental spirit runes. Nia Wufeng, cooperate with me to adjust the foreign power. Old Devil Pang activated a mysterious spell formation. Under the adjustment of the spiritual chi and the wind attribute of the spell formation, the foreign power's conflict began to be alleviated. Even so, the sound of explosions could still be heard from the elemental spirit runes. The foreign power generated by the explosions was guided into the elemental spirit runes. Not a single foreign power leaked out. With the cooperation of the wind attribute and Old Devil Pang's spell formation, the 4 foreign powers of wind, thunder, ice, and darkness began to slowly fuse. Nia Wufeng's soul fluctuation also gradually disappeared. 1 day, 2 days, and 3 days later, when the 4 foreign powers entered the Yuanling runes and disappeared, the elemental spirit runes returned to its original appearance. It seemed that nothing had changed. Just when Old Devil Pang was puzzled, the elemental spirit runes suddenly emitted a strong suction force. The spiritual chi of the high-grade spirit stones in the spell formation soared up to the sky, together with the true demonic chi of the pure, true demonic water. All of them poured into the elemental spirit runes. Seeing this, Old Devil Pang's face finally showed some excitement. He quickly took out a set of high-grade spirit stones and pure, true demonic water to fill up the spell formation, making the spiritual chi even more abundant. After the elemental spirit runes absorbed for 3 days and 3 nights, the elemental spirit runes' arms suddenly emitted a layer of 5-colored halo. This halo quickly spread from the arms to the whole body, causing the entire elemental spirit runes to be wrapped in the 5-colored halo. It was dazzling. Suddenly, the spiritual chi of various colors in the spell formation seemed to be guided by something. They curled around the elemental spirit runes and formed the illusion of a giant golden ape. This giant ape was extremely majestic. Its arms were thicker than its thighs. It looked extremely ferocious. A layer of 5-colored halo also appeared on its golden hair. Chapter 856. Phenomenon. Old Devil Pang looked at the sudden appearance of the golden giant ape. At the same time, he also felt the powerful aura of the blood essence in the bones. He seemed to have thought of something and said in disbelief, "Could this be the ancient demonic ape, the long-armed giant ape?" He recalled the battle described by Ba Yonkai and murmured, "I understand now. Lu Kuan has the bloodline of the giant long-armed ape and used the connecting arms theurgy, coupled with a mysterious body-refining technique. That's why he could withstand the attack of an early nascent soul-stage cultivator. The formation of the 5 elements chaos bone has activated the remaining essence blood in the bones. That's why the giant long-armed ape phenomenon appeared." Old Demon Pang's eyes lit up as he looked at the bone foundation stone. The newly formed 5 elements chaos bone contained the powerful bloodline of the ancient demonic race, the giant long-armed ape. In other words, when the jade bone humanoid devil was successfully refined, he might be able to use the terrifying giant long-armed ape theurgy, just like Lu Kuan. Thinking of this, Old Demon Pang suppressed his excitement and sat down cross-legged. He began to recover his demonic power and prepare for the next stage of refinement. Controlling the foreign energy and maintaining the formation consumed a lot of demonic power. In the depths of the bone foundation stone, Lu Kuan was even more shocked than Old Demon Pang. After the foreign energy was completely integrated, his bones produced a strange aura. Under the influence of this aura, the essence blood in the depths of his bone marrow unconsciously surged. If not for Lu Kuan desperately suppressing the boiling of his blood, the illusion of the giant golden ape would have appeared. Only a small part of the terrifying spiritual energy emitted by the high-grade spirit stones was absorbed by the bones. Most of it was injected into his essence blood. After the essence blood absorbed enough spiritual energy, Lu Kuan could no longer suppress it. Part of his essence blood boiled, and the bloodline phenomenon of the giant long-armed ape appeared. Other than the five-colored halo that old demon Pang saw, all the dark golden blood hidden in his bone marrow was also enveloped by a five-colored halo. An extremely powerful bloodline aura surged in the depths of his bones. Lu Kuan had a deep impression of the five-color halo. Initially, when he was in the Iron Fist school and had yet to cultivate his dermic powers, he had relied on the eruption of his blood essence to activate the arm connection theurgy. As his arm expanded, a layer of five-colored halo appeared on the outside. Relying on this five-colored halo, Lu Kuan was able to use his flesh and blood to resist the magic weapon of Old Devil Moron, activating the maximum power of his elemental explosive shattering fist and killing that late refiner Old Devil. It was also because of the enlightenment brought by this five-colored halo that he was able to create the body refining technique that allowed him to generate mana from his muscles by chance. After that, as the spiritual power contained in his body was different, the light film on the surface of his muscles became the color of the corresponding attribute. He entered the bone treasure stage with the Imperial Thunder Body technique, and the light film was the purple Imperial Thunder Shield. Now that his bones had been completely integrated with the mutated spirit root, after producing the power of the five elements, it seemed to have activated something special in his blood, and the five-colored halo appeared again. Lu Kuan could clearly feel that the five elements chaotic force in his bones was far weaker than that in his blood essence. This meant that the blood essence itself had this kind of magical power, but it was difficult to completely activate it in the past. It seemed that the bloodline of the giant long-armed ape was born with the five elements chaotic force. Lu Kuan immediately had an extremely bold guess in his heart. The giant long-armed ape had a special physique with the five elements chaotic force, the five elements chaotic body. The J-Bone Devilman's five elements chaotic bone was an attempt by the Yuan sect to create it after studying the giant long-armed ape. Lu Kuan vaguely remembered from the bloodline memory in the Yuan secret realm that the people of the Yuan sect had said when they found the last giant long-armed ape. The giant long-armed ape's arm connection theurgy could operate the five elements spiritual force. Since the Yuan sect could use the blood essence of the giant long-armed ape to study the body refining technique, they could also use it to study other techniques. Lu Kuan also learned from Heisha that in ancient times, the giant long-armed apes were transformed into magical beasts by the devil race. After soaking in the true devil water, their strength greatly increased, and they broke free from the devil race's control. The giant long-armed ape was immune to the true devil intent. The second stage of the Jade-Bone Devil Man was to imitate the giant long-armed ape and form the five elements chaotic body. The third stage was to integrate the bones of the devil general. Wasn't this the same process as the devil race's transformation of the giant long-armed ape? Since the Yuan sect was a cultivation sect that fought against the devil race in the past, they naturally knew that the giant long-armed ape could resist the true devil intent. Therefore, they developed the Jade-Bone Devil Man, a supreme treasure of the Devil Tao, in order to imitate the giant long-armed ape's physique. The five elements chaotic body. No, it should be called the five elements chaotic devil body. After a cultivator refined the Jade-Bone Devil Man into their body, it could barely be considered an acquired five elements chaotic devil body. This gave them the ability to resist the true devil intent. Half a month later, Old Devil Pang recovered his demonic power and spiritual sense to their peak state. The first thing he did was to modify the magic array in front of him. The original magic array had shrunk by more than half. High-grade spirit stones of the five elements and pure, true devil water were still placed in the six corners. The bone foundation stone of the second stage was placed right in the center of the magic array. Old Devil Pang waved his sleeve, and a purplish-black skeleton filled with a peculiar aura floated above the magic array. Bone spurs grew on every joint of the skeleton, but these spurs were less than 2 inches long. If they were wrapped in flesh and blood, they wouldn't be visible. Old Devil Pang made a magic seal, and a scorching blood-red flame appeared under the bones and began to burn. The original Jade Bone Devil Man was to integrate the 5 elements chaotic bone into the bones of the devil race. Now that tens of thousands of years had passed, the quality of the devil race's bones had greatly decreased and could barely reach the level of a magic treasure. Compared to the bone foundation stone below, it was much worse. Therefore, the refinement of the third stage had to be reversed. The devil race's bones were to be integrated into the bone foundation stone. As the nascent soul, true fire burned, the devil race's bones quickly softened. At this moment, old Devil Pang's hands rapidly formed a magic seal and circulated the secret technique of the Jade Bone Devil Man. Rich nascent soul energy filled the secret chamber. The Devil General's bones fell towards the bone foundation stone below. The 5-colored halo on the bone foundation stone seemed to be suppressed by old Devil Pang's secret technique and disappeared into the bones. After that, the devil race's bones became as soft as mud and covered the bone foundation stone. Old Devil Pang chanted and shot several spiritual lights at the Devil General's bones. Some dark liquid slowly flowed out of the Devil General's bones and fell into the patterns of the origin spirit array. Then, he made a magic seal, and the 5-colored halo hidden in the bone foundation stone reappeared. The black liquid immediately collided with the 5-colored halo, and a terrifying aura of destruction erupted. Under the influence of the destructive aura, cracks appeared on the Devil General's bones in just a few breaths. Old Devil Pang's chanting became more hurried when he saw this. A large amount of black liquid flowed out of the Devil General's bones and collided with the 5-colored halo even more fiercely. The 5 elemental spiritual chi and true demonic chi in the array turned into 6 spiritual lights and sank into the vibrating bone foundation stone. Bang! The Devil General's bones seemed to be unable to withstand the impact of the destructive aura and exploded, turning into pieces of bone fragments that scattered around the array. Old Devil Pang looked at the bone foundation stone nervously and was completely relieved when he found that the surface of the silver bones was still as smooth as a mirror. My judgment was right. The bone foundation stone, refined with the sentient puppet technique, is indeed able to withstand the destructive aura. As long as the devil bone essence and the 5 elemental chaotic force are completely balanced, the refinement of the Jade Bone Devil Man will be successful. In the depths of the bone foundation stone, Lu Kuan's spirit hidden in the skeleton's sea of consciousness felt a little excited while enduring the immense pain. I didn't expect that the 5 elemental chaotic force and the devil bone essence would repel each other so much. It's as if they are two extremes. The destructive aura produced by the two is actually so terrifying. The tempering effect is much stronger than the demonic bloodbone refining technique. Although the silver dragon meteoric iron has fused into the bones and the entire skeleton has reached the level of a mature magical treasure, the cancellous and bone marrow in the depths of the bones are still lacking. The strange power produced by the 4 different powers has already tempered a lot of the material in the depths of the bones, but there is still a certain distance before it reaches the mature stage. The destructive aura produced by the 5 elemental chaotic force and the devil bone essence can be used to temper the bones and make the bone treasure enter the mature stage. With a thought, Lu Kuan guided the destructive aura inwards. His flesh and blood essence was in the deepest part of the bone marrow cavity and could barely withstand the tempering under the protection of the bones. Several days later, Lu Kuan, who was secretly tempering his bones, discovered that old Devil Pang seemed to have miscalculated. The amount of devil bone essence that entered his bones was too little compared to the 5 elemental chaotic force. The 5 elemental chaotic force in his bones was not only refined by old Devil Pang, but also activated by his bloodline. If he wanted to reach a balance with the devil bone essence, a devil general skeleton was simply not enough. A month later, old Devil Pang's face turned ugly. Clearly, he had also discovered that the 5-elemental chaotic force was much stronger than the Devil Bone essence. If this continued, the refinement of the Jade Bone humanoid devil would only fail. Could it be that the Devil General skeleton has existed for too long and the Devil Bone essence within it has weakened? Old Devil Pang frowned. With a wave of his sleeve, another Devil General skeleton appeared in the air. It had sinister bone spikes that were several inches long. Clearly, it was much stronger than the previous one. At the same time, he controlled the formation below to reduce the influx of 5-elemental spiritual chi. Fortunately, this old man was cautious and brought all the Devil General's bones in my sex collection. This mid-stage Devil General skeleton should be able to meet the requirements. As he spoke, a blood-red flame wrapped around the powerful Devil General skeleton. Loading up next chapters. Chapter 857. On a mountain peak in the depths of the blood-refining sect, Qian Jingshan, the chief disciple of Old Devil Pang, was standing at the edge of cliff. He looked at Old Devil Pang's cave mansion, which was several miles away, and his eyes flashed with a complicated look. There was fear for the strong, the nervousness before life and death, and even more hysterical madness. Brother Qian, it has been almost half a year since Old Devil Pang refined the Jade Bone humanoid devil. According to your estimation, it shouldn't have taken so long. Could there have been any changes? There was nothing around Qian Jingshan, nor was there any demonic energy fluctuation. The voice seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Qian Jingshan said indifferently, "The real Jade Bone humanoid devil is a legendary treasure of the demonic Tao. Apart from resisting the will of the true demon, it can also affect the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth and demonic Yuan Qi. It is definitely a legendary divine spirit treasure." Old Devil Pang combined the art of sentient puppetry and improved it. At the very least, it is a top-grade sentient magic treasure. It is not easy to refine. Brother Sure, as the Grand Elder of the Miraculous Gate, how can you be so impatient? The one who spoke to Qian Jingshan seemed to be the Grand Elder of the Miraculous Gate, Shi Jingtian. However, he seemed to be invisible. There was no aura or shadow around him. Shi Jingtian's voice continued, "Brother Qian, you said that we are dealing with Old Devil Pang, who has lost a lot of his Yuan Qi. Did you know that his improved refining method of the Jade Bone humanoid devil would damage his Yuan Qi?" Qian Jingshan said indifferently, "Brother Sure, you don't have to probe. The refining method of the Jade Bone humanoid devil has always been kept by Old Devil Pang. No one in the blood refining sect knows about it. However, I am afraid that refining a material will cause him to lose a lot of his Yuan Qi." Shi Jingtian was puzzled. Refining material? Qian Jingshan said, "I have been helping Old Devil Pang with one of his materials all these years. It is the Blood Devil Child, Su Zihong, who has dark spiritual roots." Shi Jingtian was surprised. The Blood Devil Child with dark spiritual roots is Old Devil Pang's refining material? This is the next generation core disciple of the sect. Isn't Old Devil Pang afraid of the backlash from the Oath Stone? Qian Jingshan sneered and said, "Junior Sister Yu is in charge of our sect's Oath Stone. Junior Sister Yu has entered the early nascent soul realm using the Blood Devil art, so she needs Old Monster Pang's guidance in her cultivation. In addition, Old Demon Pang is the Grand Elder of our sect and has great authority. As long as he gives the order, Junior Sister Yu will not dare to disobey. She will cast a spell to remove the restriction on the Oath Stone." Shi Jingtian couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Old Demon Pang was actually using his sect's most promising disciple as a refining material. He was completely disregarding the sect's development. But on second thought, if he were in her position, he would do the same. As long as he could enter the spirit severing stage, even if he had to sacrifice a few original infant stage disciples, it would be worth it. Over the years, Old Devil Pang has collected a lot of core formation stage devil cultivators with mutated spiritual roots. From what I know, only late core formation stage devil cultivators meet the requirements. However, Su Zihong is only at the early core formation stage. That's not enough. Old Demon Pang himself also has dark spiritual roots. Therefore, I speculate that he must have used a secret technique to forcefully raise Su Zihong's cultivation to meet the requirements. This kind of secret technique would usually cause him to lose his vitality. Sure, Jingtian's voice sounded a little panicked. In other words, Old Demon Pang losing his vitality is just your guess? Brother Qian, isn't this too risky? Let's pick another time to act. Qian Jingshan ignored Sure Jingtian's tone and said, "Now is the best time. Even if the refining of the Jadebone Devil Man can't cause him to lose his vitality, we still have a great chance." He pinched his fingers and said, "Including this year, Old Demon Pang has been cultivating for 1,100 years. His lifespan will reach its end in these 2 years." Sure Jingtian was stunned and sighed. Old Demon Pang must have taken a life-prolonging elixir. Unfortunately, for a grand cultivator, such an elixir can only extend his lifespan by 100 years. Only by breaking through to the spirit-severing stage can he extend his lifespan. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. "Wait, Old Demon Pang's lifespan is nearing its end, and Brother Qian has his blood demon seed in your body. Doesn't that mean?" Qin Jingshan said indifferently. "That's right. Old Demon Pang will act against me. As for what kind of ability he will use, it will depend on the refining of the Jadebone Devil Man. The blood demon seed has other abilities?" A bloodthirsty red light flashed in the depths of Qian Jingshan's eyes, as if he was suppressing something. He coughed lightly and said, "I once said that the blood demon seed is the top secret technique of the blood demon technique. It can allow Old Demon Pang to possess the host of the blood demon seed, even when his lifespan is nearing its end. Ordinary immortal cultivators will die even if they possess others when their lifespan is nearing its end. Their lifespan won't stop flowing because of the transfer of their soul. The blood demon seed's ability to possess someone's body has broken this law. It can inherit the remaining lifespan of the possessed person. Of course, it has many restrictions. This blood demon seed must be planted in the host body before the foundation establishment stage. It can only be used when the host enters the nascent soul stage. Since ancient times, other than Old Demon Pang, only one senior in our sect has successfully planted the blood demon seed. On the one hand, it is very rare to find a suitable body constitution for the host. On the other hand, there is no guarantee that the host can be cultivated to the nascent soul stage. When the host cultivation reaches the early nascent soul stage, the blood demon seed can only inherit half of the host's lifespan. After possession, the host cultivation will only be at the early nascent soul stage. When the host cultivation reaches the mid-nascent soul stage, he can inherit all of the remaining lifespan. After possession, the host cultivation will also be at the mid-nascent soul stage. Qian Jingshan seemed to be reminiscing. Old Demon Pang's luck is against the heavens. When he was less than 400 years old, he discovered my special body constitution and took me as his disciple. At that time, I was still a mortal boy. In order to ensure that I enter the nascent soul stage, Old Demon Pang gave me the easiest technique to break through the bottleneck of our sect, the phantom child technique to cultivate. He also gave a lot of resources to my subbody to cultivate so that I could enter the mid-nascent soul stage as soon as possible. Qian Jingshan said mockingly, but he didn't expect that I would have a great opportunity in the Yuan secret territory. Not only did I obtain the orthodox phantom child technique of the Yuan sect, but I also entered the late nascent soul stage and had the opportunity to fight back. After hearing this description, Sure Jingtian couldn't help but become silent. If he had a secret technique similar to the blood demon seed, he would definitely find someone to use it. No cultivator could refuse a supernatural power that could extend one's lifespan. However, if he was the host that was planted, he would feel uncomfortable. It was as if his life was completely out of his control. Qian Jingshan continued. The first supernatural power of the blood demon seed is to possess the host. The second supernatural power is to steal the host's lifespan. Steal lifespan? Qian Jingshan said slowly. We cultivators try our best to break through to the next realm in order to increase our lifespan. Even if we take longevity elixirs, our lifespan will not increase by more than 100 years. The blood demon seed's method of stealing lifespan can directly steal the host's lifespan to make up for the host's body. Shi Jingtian said with a trembling voice. The blood demon seed actually has such a heaven-defying supernatural power. Qian Jingshan shook his head and said, such a heaven-defying secret technique naturally has its flaws. The main flaw lies in the host's cultivation. If the host is in the early nascent soul stage, it can only steal 10% of the host's lifespan. If the host is in the mid-nascent soul stage, it can increase to 20%. If the host is in the late nascent soul stage, it can take away 50% of the host's lifespan. It's different from the previous possession. The supernatural power of stealing lifespan is equivalent to taking longevity elixirs. It won't affect the host's cultivation. After hearing Qian Jingshan's explanation, Shi Jingtian immediately understood. Old Fiend Pang will choose the supernatural power of the blood demon seed, according to the refining process of the Jade Bone humanoid demon. If he fails to refine the Jade Bone humanoid demon, the chances of him breaking through to the spirit severing stage will be greatly reduced. It's more suitable for him to use the blood demon seed's supernatural power of possession. Brother Qian still has 300 years of lifespan left. Moreover, in Old Fiend Pang's eyes, Brother Qian is still in the mid-nascent soul stage. Therefore, after Old Fiend Pang takes over the host body, he can live for 300 years with a mid-nascent soul stage cultivation. Old Fiend Pang may be able to return to the peak nascent soul stage and even find a new way to break through to the spirit severing stage. Shi Jingtian continued. But if the Jade Bone humanoid demon is successfully refined, he will definitely try to break through to the spirit severing stage. With his lifespan nearing its end, it will be extremely risky. Therefore, he will choose the supernatural power of the blood demon seed. In his eyes, even 20% of the mid-nascent soul stage is equivalent to 60 years of lifespan. It's enough for him to maintain his peak condition and break through to the spirit severing stage. A trace of killing intent flashed across Qian Jingshan's eyes. The casting of the blood demon seeds plunder divine ability must be done with full concentration. It can't be interrupted. Otherwise, not only will the lifespan disappear, but the host will also suffer a great loss of vitality. It's even possible that his cultivation will drop by a level. If the Jade Bone humanoid demon is successfully refined, the best time for Brother Shi to strike is when he's casting the Life Plunder divine ability. Even if you can't kill him, you can still interrupt the spell and cause him to suffer a great loss of vitality. When the time comes, we'll join forces to deal with Old Devil Pang, whose vitality is greatly damaged and his lifespan nearing its end. The Jade Bone humanoid demon that's successfully refined can also be used as Brother Shi's reward. If he fails, he'll try to take over my body. Even if I can't resist the blood demon seed's plunder divine ability, I'll still be able to interfere with Old Devil Pang with my peak nascent soul stage cultivation. This is also the best time for Brother Shi to strike. Qian Jingshan revealed a ruthless expression. As long as you destroy my physical body, Old Devil Pang will only have a nascent soul left. How can he be your opponent? Furthermore, with my nascent soul, I'll be able to preserve my life. If that's the case, Old Devil Pang's storage bracelet will be Brother Shi's reward. After hearing this, Shi Jingtian sighed after a while. Brother Qian, you're using yourself as bait. I'm very impressed. It seems that our victory is almost certain. Qian Jingshan said cautiously. This will depend on whether Brother Shi has completely mastered the illusory divine ability. If there's even the slightest flaw, Old Devil Pang may discover it, even if I assist you with all my strength. Haha, Brother Qian, don't worry. I've been studying this illusory divine ability for 40 years. I'm already familiar with it. Old Devil Pang definitely won't discover it. Qin Jingshan scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense and gently nodded. Chapter 858. Inside the cave dwelling's secret chamber. Old Devil Pang's aura was a little weak. There were many wrinkles on his face, as if he had aged many years in an instant. His eyes were solemn. His hands flashed quickly as he cast one spell after another. A large amount of black liquid slowly flowed out from a softened demon skeleton and entered the foundation stone, resonating with the five-colored halo. With the injection of the black liquid, the conflict between the two became more intense. An immense aura of destruction spread out. The five-elemental spiritual chi and true demonic chi in the formation became more turbulent and entered the foundation stone madly. Old Devil Pang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around the formation and saw that there were many purplish-black bone fragments. There were at least 5 or 6 skeletons. The demon bone essence has finally reached a balance with the five-elemental chaotic force. One early-stage demon general skeleton, for mid-stage demon general skeletons, and one late-stage demon general skeletons have consumed more than half of my demon bone accumulation. I didn't expect the demon bone essence to weaken to this extent after tens of thousands of years. Old Devil Pang's voice was hoarse. His expression became more and more solemn. He had activated the secret refining technique of the Jade Bone humanoid devil to the extreme. An inexplicable aura of the technique lingered around the foundation stone. The five-colored halo and the black demonic light were equally rich. Under the control of the secret technique, the two gradually merged. The spiritual chi and true demonic chi in the formation became more turbulent. After an unknown period of time, a milky white halo appeared outside the foundation stone. It was as if a head had appeared, and the milky white halo became more and more numerous. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the five-colored halo and black demonic light outside the foundation stone disappeared. A rich milky white halo enveloped the foundation stone. An incomparably turbulent aura of blood essence was emitted. A large amount of demonic chi in the cave cheered as if it was guided by something. It transformed into the illusion of a giant black ape outside the skeleton. The appearance of the giant black ape was almost identical to the golden giant ape from before. However, the hair on its body was black. An inexplicable pressure that made him shudder appeared in the secret chamber. The foundation stone below the illusion suddenly erupted with an incomparably strong aura of a magic treasure. It was as if a top-notch magic treasure had appeared. Gradually, the illusion of the giant black ape dissipated. The milky white halo also sank into the foundation stone below. The silver skeleton from before had disappeared. What appeared in the center of the formation was a milky white jade skeleton. It was crystal clear. Although the milky white light had dissipated, the scorching aura of the magic treasure was still surging. The golden fur of the long-armed giant ape has turned black. Could it be that it has fused with the essence of the demon race? This illusion can actually make this old man's heart palpitate. Old Devil Pang's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. Then he unleashed his peak nascent soul stage divine sense and carefully examined every inch of the jade bone. His expression gradually became excited. According to the description of the orthodox refining method, the jade bone humanoid devil will be this milky white color after it takes shape. It represents the complete fusion of the 5 elements chaotic force and the essence of the demon race. Haha, I've succeeded. The aura of this jade bone is even stronger than that of ordinary spiritual magic treasures. The silver dragon meteorite is also completely compatible with it. The material of this auxiliary magic treasure is probably even stronger than a mature magic treasure. If I can refine it and absorb it into my body, Not only will it be of great help to my breakthrough to the soul formation stage, but it will also increase my physical defense. The more old Devil Pang looked at it, the more excited he became. His fake jade bone humanoid devil contained the bloodline of the long-armed giant ape and a refining method of the spiritual puppet. It might even have some unexpected abilities. After a long while, he finally calmed down. The refining of the jade bone humanoid devil took a full year. My lifespan is about to reach its end. Fortunately, I succeeded in the end. His voice was extremely cold. The blood demon seed that I've planted for 700 years is about to be harvested. Old Devil Pang's hands moved as if he was using some kind of secret technique to sense something. Then, a sound transmission talisman appeared in his hand. He whispered a few words into it, and it turned into a ray of spiritual light and shot out. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to recover the demonic power in his body. A few days later, Old Devil Pang opened his eyes. The demonic blood power in his body had already recovered to its peak. However, his face had become even older. He raised his eyebrows as if he had sensed something. His hands moved, and the restriction outside the cave was opened. "Come in." Following Old Devil Pang's words, Qian Jingshan walked in with a calm expression. Under the guidance of the restriction, he slowly walked into the secret room. Old Devil Pang felt the demonic power of Qian Jingshan's mid-nascent soul stage, and a trace of regret appeared in the depths of his eyes. If it wasn't for refining the jade bone humanoid devil with his resources, he might have been able to help Qian Jingshan reach the late-nascent soul stage. However, it didn't matter now. Qian Jingshan still had 300 years of lifespan in the mid-nascent soul stage. He could take 60 years of lifespan. Even the 150 years of lifespan in the late-nascent soul stage wouldn't be of much help in breaking through to the soul formation stage. As soon as Qian Jingshan entered the secret room, he saw the jade bone magic treasure that exuded a powerful aura. He immediately understood that the jade bone humanoid devil had been successfully refined. Old Devil Pang said indifferently, "Your time is up. Is there anything else I can do for you?" Qian Jingshan revealed a self-deprecating smile and said, "If it wasn't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to enter the nascent soul stage. I would have died 200 years ago. You've done everything you can. Back then, when we were in the late nascent soul stage, we made a deal. You, Old Devil Pang, would do your best to help me enter the nascent soul stage. In return, I would sacrifice my lifespan when your lifespan was nearing its end." Qian Jingshan glanced at the jade bone humanoid devil and said emotionally, "I didn't expect you to finally succeed in refining this magic treasure. Using my remaining lifespan to help you enter the soul formation stage, I, Qian Jingshan, didn't die in vain." Old Devil Pang wasn't too surprised to see Qian Jingshan being so cooperative. He had already made it clear to Qian Jingshan that this was a condition in exchange for resources. Otherwise, Qian Jingshan wouldn't have been able to advance to the mid-nascent soul stage so smoothly. If it wasn't for his help, not to mention the nascent soul stage, Qian Jingshan wouldn't have been able to break through to the core formation stage. Old Devil Pang formed a claw with one hand, and dense demonic qi gathered around Qian Jingshan. It turned into a huge blood-red hand filled with the power of the nascent soul stage and grabbed Qian Jingshan. Qian Jingshan didn't resist at all. He was pulled into a similar formation in the corner of the secret room by the blood demon hand. Then, the blood demon hand resonated with the formation, and a large amount of blood-red threads appeared and surged into Qian Jingshan's body. Very soon, Old Devil Pang sensed his demonic net enveloping Qian Jingshan's nascent soul and combining it with the demonic blood seed. Following that, a dense light screen rose from the spell formation. It flowed with a frightening aura that enveloped Qian Jingshan. Old Devil Pang stood up and slowly walked into the formation next to it. He said, "Jingshan, do you really have no last wishes?" Qian Jingshan shook his head and said with relief, "Rong Zhengqi died from the backlash of his cultivation technique. My only disciple is gone. I, Qian Jingshan, don't have any last wishes. Do it. Let me be free as soon as possible." When old Devil Pang heard this, he didn't hesitate. He sat down cross-legged and quickly formed some kind of seal with his hands. Immediately, a powerful blood demon energy surged out from Qian Jingshan's body. A strange energy entered the formation below. The formation below old Devil Pang also lit up with white light. His expression was serious as he activated the blood demon seed's plundering secret technique. Streams of strange energy entered his body. After a while, Qian Jingshan's face became old. Even his skin was gradually shriveling like the bark of an old tree. In contrast, old Devil Pang's aging aura gradually dissipated. The wrinkles on his face were gradually smoothed out. A rich life aura emerged. Old Devil Pang felt an extremely comfortable feeling as he felt the life aura being enriched. Very good. 30 years is enough for me to break through. The remaining 30 years will allow the blood demon art to have sufficient qi and blood. No, Qian Jingshan's remaining lifespan. At this moment, a terrifying demonic force fluctuation suddenly came from the secret room. A jade ruler with black and white light appeared out of thin air. A strong nascent soul aura surged and ruthlessly attacked old Devil Pang, who was in the midst of plundering his lifespan. Loading up next chapters. Chapter 859. At this critical moment, old Fiend Pang disregarded the backlash of the blood demon seed and cut off the spell. A purplish-black scale armor emerged from his body, and a blood-red defensive barrier was activated. Boom! A black and white light appeared in the secret chamber like the sun. The terrifying remaining power turned into layers of invisible waves that spread in all directions. The surrounding materials were blasted away and hit the seal of the secret chamber. The black and white jade ruler seemed to be obstructed and was repelled by a powerful force. It changed its direction and slid in an arc, hitting the blood-red light barrier that trapped Qian Jingshan. The light barrier that seemed to have a strong defensive power was broken by the jade ruler, revealing Qian Jingshan's figure. Qian Jingshan did not look old anymore. He was radiant and full of energy. Another middle-aged man appeared behind him. It was Shi Jingtian, who had been hiding with the Great Illusion technique. Shi Jingtian's hands flashed quickly. A black and white nascent soul stage power entered Qian Jingshan's body. Qian Jingshan's nascent soul stage power also burst out of his nascent soul stage power. Under the joint efforts of the two nascent soul stage cultivators, the blood demon net that enveloped Qian Jingshan's nascent soul stage was broken. All of this happened in a flash. After Qian Jingshan escaped, the light that was as bright as the sun disappeared, revealing old Fiend Pang's figure. Old Fiend Pang was half kneeling on the ground. His aura was extremely weak, and his face was even more haggard. He looked like a dying man. A purplish-black scale armor appeared on his body, and a small part of it had caved in. Old Fiend Pang looked at Qian Jingshan, who escaped, and Shi Jingtian, who appeared next to him. He slowly stood up and suddenly laughed wildly. Although his aura was weak, his aura was not inferior to Shi Jingtian's. Jingshan, you are indeed my disciple. You are so scheming. You actually managed to hide from me and enter the late nascent soul realm without anyone knowing. You even managed to use your powerful illusion to make sure Jingtian sneak in here. But, Jingshan, do you really think that two new nascent soul stage cultivators can deal with me, the Blood Demon True Lord? Following old Devil Pang's words, a thick blood aura gushed out from his body. An incomparably dense blood demon power fluctuation emerged. His aura became stronger again, as if he had not been injured at all. Sure, Jingtian's expression changed slightly when he felt the aura. However, Qian Jingshan sneered. Old devil, don't bluff. The blood demon seed secret technique has been broken, and Brother Shi's all-out attack has injured your nascent soul. Even if you can suppress your injuries, I'm afraid the only thing you can use right now is the blood demon force. Brother Shi, let's do it. As soon as his voice fell, Qian Jingshan operated the illusory, demonic power of the late Yuanying stage in his body. A large amount of demonic qi in the secret room turned into a thick black mist, filling the entire secret room. Qian Jingshan and Shi Jingtian entered the black fog and disappeared from Old Devil Pang's soul consciousness. Illusion? Old Devil Pang's old face was incomparably calm. He did not seem to be in a desperate situation at all. Without hesitation, he took out a jade bottle and swallowed all the purplish-black liquid in it. His demonic aura almost doubled in an instant, as if he was a great cultivator. A thick layer of blood-red shield appeared around his body, and the purplish-black scales on his body returned to their original state. Under the immense pressure of his demonic power, the black fog in the vicinity was directly suppressed to a distance of 30 feet away. The scene within 30 feet was revealed once again. At the same time, he stretched out his left hand, and a large amount of demonic qi gathered. A huge blood demon hand appeared and grabbed in a direction. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, a large amount of fog surged. The blood demon hand, which was lacking in spiritual light, returned with a crystal-clear jade bone in its hand and landed in front of Old Devil Pang. Then, with a flash of demonic light, Old Devil Pang quickly retreated to a corner of the secret room. For some reason, he did not put the Jade Bone Devil Man into his storage bracelet, but placed it at his feet. Old Devil Pang was very experienced in battle. After using the demonic power generated by the mystical demon Primordial water to suppress his injuries, he made the best decision in a short time. With his back against the corner of the secret room, the illusory fog could only remain 30 feet in front of him under the pressure of his dense demonic power. Even if an attack came, he would be able to react in time. Most importantly, the Jade Bone Devil Man was also taken back by him. Qian Jingshan's surprised voice came from the fog. "Old man, you're really good at hiding. You actually have extra pure, true demon water to refine the mystical demon Primordial water. It's a pity that you can only passively defend against my psychedelic mother-child technique. What's left of your lifespan can't withstand the consumption." As soon as he finished speaking, the black and white jade ruler from before shot over from the side. In addition to the demonic aura, there seemed to be spiritual energy fluctuations hidden within it. A terrifying, destructive demonic light lingered around it. At the same time, a triangular silver mirror appeared on the other side and shot out a silver spiritual light with a strange aura. The silver light trembled slightly and split into two. Each of them was filled with dense nascent soul power and had an inexplicable hallucinatory ability that would make people dizzy. Old Devil Pang's expression did not change. With a flick of his sleeve, two long swords filled with dense blood-red light shot out. These two long swords looked exactly the same as the Blood Demon sword of the Blood Demon Master, but their aura was more than 10 times stronger. One of the swords was condensed with blood-red light. Its aura was restrained during the shooting process, as if it was concentrating its enormous power to meet the black and white jade ruler. The other sword trembled slightly and split into 2 sword shadows. The aura of each sword shadow was exactly the same. There was no difference at all. In the blink of an eye, the 2 blood demon swords clashed with the jade ruler and the silver light. Although the black and white jade ruler's destructive aura was powerful, it was in a stalemate against the blood demon swords. The black and white demonic light was broken, and it retreated into the black fog. On the other side, after the 2 silver lights were hit by the sword shadows, they trembled slightly and turned into smoke. The 2 sword shadows didn't stop at all and shot straight in the direction of the spirit mirror. However, at this moment, an undetectable silver light appeared outside of Old Devil Pang's body out of thin air. The black and white jade ruler that had been knocked away also appeared beside him. It was as if the one that was knocked back by the blood demon sword was just an illusion. Boom! Facing the attacks of 2 great cultivators, the blood-red shield outside Old Devil Pang's body was directly shattered. However, the demonic light dissipated and turned into 2 blood demon webs, respectively trapping the black and white jade ruler and the silver light. The blood demon webs that appeared in a hurry trembled as if they could not withstand the two attacks. Old Devil Pang snorted coldly. He seemed to have been prepared. Taking advantage of the time that the blood demon webs bought, two more blood demon swords shot out from his body with terrifying fluctuations. The shocking aftershock spread in all directions. The jade-bone humanoid devil under Old Devil Pang's feet was sent flying by the aftershock of the attack and crashed into the wall behind him. Old Devil Pang changed his hand seal, and the two blood demon swords that shot out earlier quickly returned. They combined into a sword light and blasted towards the black and white jade ruler. At this moment, the shattered silver light turned into an obscure fluctuation and dissipated. The two blood demon swords seemed to have lost their direction and brushed past the black and white jade ruler. Taking advantage of this gap, a pitch-black destructive force surged out of the jade ruler and blasted the blood demon webs away. The aura of the silver demonic light also completely dissipated. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Book Guesthouse Mobile Edition. Chapter 860. Old Devil Pang coldly looked at the attack that was repelled by him. He once again conjured a thick layer of blood demon shield. 4 blood demon swords floated in front of him, giving off an extremely terrifying aura. However, after this exchange of blows, his body became thinner and the wrinkles on his face became more obvious. His body was wrapped in a layer of shriveled skin, making him look like a withered old man with 1 foot in the grave. The activation of the blood demon force accelerated the consumption of his lifespan. Old Devil Pang didn't care about the condition of his body. His nascent soul force surged in his body to suppress his injuries. At the same time, he took out a dark green elixir that was covered with complicated patterns. A bloody light flashed in his hand as the elixir was split into 2, and he swallowed half of it. At this moment, Old Devil Pang's divine sense, which was at the peak of the late nascent soul stage, seemed to have received some sort of sublimation and continued to rise. The fog-like illusions began to tremble rapidly under the pressure of the increasing divine sense, as if they would disappear at any moment. Qian Jingshan's panicked voice came from the fog. "Impossible! Your divine sense." Old Demon Pang's body also began to tremble like the black fog. His withered body seemed to be unable to withstand the enormous divine sense, but he remained unmoved. His eyes emitted a scorching blood-red light, as if he had seen through the illusions of the black fog. The 4 blood demon swords in front of him became extremely excited with the help of the terrifying soul consciousness. The 2 swords merged into 1, turning into 2 dazzling bloody sword lights, aiming at a certain direction in the black fog and shooting out. Old Devil Pang's blood demon swords were a set of magical treasures. When the 2 swords merged into 1, their power increased again. A ripple appeared in the void, and a large amount of pure demonic chi was unconsciously attracted, turning into illusions of swords and attaching themselves to the blood demon swords. Rumble, several loud noises were heard as the black mist completely dissipated under the terrifying power of the attack, turning into pure demonic chi. The devil chi trembled slightly, and under Old Devil Pang's spell, it quickly transformed into 2 enormous blood devil hands. In addition to the rich nascent soul power, the blood devil hands also seemed to contain a special aura that increased their power by several times. The black and white jade ruler and the triangular spiritual mirror shot out. The blood demon hands displayed by Old Devil Pang were so terrifying that Shi Jingtian and the others had to use their natal magical treasures to resist it. At this moment, in addition to a thick layer of mana shield, they each had a large yellow umbrella and a long black banner. These 2 transcendent artifacts emitted a strong and heavy aura. Clearly, they were defense-type transcendent artifacts. Their spiritual light flickered as they dodged left and right, blocking the terrifying might of the blood demon sword set. Although every attack of the Blood Demon Sword would cause the spiritual light of the two psychic magic treasures to dissipate, from the looks of it, they could at least hold on for a while. In just a few breaths of time, the situation of the battle had completely reversed. Qian Jingshan and Shi Jingtian had turned from attacking to defending passively under Old Devil Pang's sudden burst of spiritual sense. Old Demon Pang could feel his body trembling. When he saw that Qian Jingshan and Yi Futian were still able to withstand his attacks for a short period of time, a ruthless look appeared in his eyes. Two more blood demon swords appeared in front of him. Qian Jingshan's expression changed as he said in disbelief, "Impossible. You actually refined 6 complete sets of blood demon swords. Even with your great success in the blood demon technique, you can't use 6 of them." Old Devil Pang turned a deaf ear to him. His eyes were filled with madness as the power of the blood demon burned fiercely. His withered body could no longer withstand the pressure and exploded, revealing a blood-colored nascent soul that was almost a foot tall. At this moment, the 6 blood demon swords suddenly shone with a dazzling silver light. The original 3-foot-long swords shrunk rapidly and turned into 6 1-foot-long blood-colored needles. Silver Dragon Meteorite Iron. You even fused it into the natal blood demon swords. No. Qian Jingshan revealed a look of despair. 3 by 3, the 6 blood-colored needles turned into 2 invisible blood-colored rays and easily pierced through Shi Jingtian and Qian Jingshan's spiritual treasures and protective spiritual light. After piercing into their bodies, the needles dispersed and imprisoned their nascent souls. The 2 blood devil hands above also knocked away the 2 transcendent beings, transcendent artifacts, and fell down, wrapping around their bodies. Old Devil Pang's nascent soul slowly flew over. His spiritual sense gradually weakened and returned to its previous level. His incomparably arrogant voice rang out. "My name, Blood Demon Perfected Lord, is well known in the nearby cultivation countries. Even the demonic sects of the great Zhou country fear my strength and dare not take a step into the Qi country. Even if my vitality is greatly damaged and my lifespan is nearing its end, I'm still not someone that you 2 newly ascended great cultivators can match." The blood-colored nascent soul looked at the ashen-faced Qian Jingshan and said, "Although I used up the mystical demon true water and didn't hesitate to waste the demonic soul elixir, everything will be worth it as long as I can possess your body." There was a hint of excitement in his voice. "I didn't expect my luck to be so good." The host of the Blood Demon Seed has actually reached the late nascent soul stage. No matter what kind of opportunity you have, as long as I use the Blood Demon Seed secret technique to possess your body, I'll be able to live for another 200 years with my late nascent soul stage cultivation. With the Jade Bone humanoid demon in my hands, I'll be able to recover my cultivation very quickly. With sufficient lifespan, I'll be able to break through to the legendary soul formation stage. Following Old Devil Pang's wanton laughter, his nascent soul turned into a streak of blood-colored light and charged towards Qian Jingshan's body. However, at this moment, the corners of Qian Jingshan's mouth curled up unconsciously. He no longer looked like he was in a desperate situation. Beside him, a tall figure shrouded in a black robe appeared out of thin air. At the same time, the blood demon's seed in his body shone brightly and entered the body of the tall figure as if it had teleported. Old Devil Pang had already activated the possession secret technique. Coupled with the fact that his lifespan was nearing its end, he couldn't react in time. At this moment, under the guidance of the blood demon's seed, his nascent soul entered the body of the tall figure in a black robe. What the hell is this? After Old Devil Pang's nascent soul entered, he immediately struggled. For some reason, his blood-colored nascent soul could only struggle in vain and couldn't leave. A strange demonic fluctuation appeared on the body of the black-robed figure. It seemed to contain a strong and cold aura. The cold demonic energy and the power of Old Devil Pang's nascent soul clashed, causing an invisible fluctuation to spread in all directions. A large amount of demonic chi was stirred up. The black robe of the tall figure fell to the ground, revealing the face inside. It was a human covered in purplish-black scales. There were some bone spurs on the joints of his bones. As the black robe fell to the ground, a strong corpse aura filled the air. Demonic zombie. How did my blood demon seed enter the body of the demonic zombie? Jingshan, what have you done? Old Devil Pang's previous high-spirited demeanor was completely gone. His tone was extremely flustered. He found that he seemed to be imprisoned in the body of the demonic zombie. He couldn't use the teleportation ability of his nascent soul. Moreover, what frightened Old Devil Pang was that there was a cold, demonic aura in the body of the demonic zombie that was eroding his nascent soul. It seemed to want to refine it. There was also a bloodthirsty intent that was attacking his divine soul. Sensing this, Old Devil Pang hurriedly calmed himself down. He circulated the remaining nascent soul power in his nascent soul to resist and break free. Jingshan took advantage of the fact that Old Devil Pang was restrained to resist the blood demon sword that was locking his nascent soul. He was trying to break free from the seal. Jingtian was doing the same. Just like that, the secret chamber suddenly quieted down. The three figures were motionless. All kinds of materials were scattered all over the floor. It was extremely messy. A large amount of precious materials were destroyed in the aftermath of the battle. However, the jade-bone humanoid devil was unharmed. It was still crystal clear. It fell to the corner of the secret chamber. The strong aura of a magical treasure seemed to have disappeared, and it became inconspicuous. Old Devil Pang's storage bracelet fell from the explosion of his physical body. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but it was hanging on the ribs of the jade-bone humanoid devil. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Book Guest House Mobile Edition. Chapter 861. After about half an hour, the blood demon hands around Jingshan and Jingtian gradually dimmed and turned into pure demonic chi, dissipating in the air. Without the blood demon hands, Jingtian and Jingshan still stood in the same place. The nascent soul power in their bodies was surging, as if they were fighting against something. Jingshan slowly opened his eyes and looked at the aura surging within the demonic zombie. His eyes contained some mockery. Old Demon Pang, there's no need to struggle. You're too weak to resist this demonic zombie. Old Devil Pang listened to Jingshan's words and did not say anything. The nascent soul power fluctuated more and more violently, resisting the strange demonic chi and the bloodthirsty will of the demonic zombie. Jingshan said indifferently, Old Devil Pang, you must be wondering why I killed you in the end. Since you have provided me with a huge amount of resources, I will let you know why you died. He did not care whether Old Devil Pang heard him or not. His eyes were filled with reminiscence as he said, when you announced that you wanted to take me as your disciple, all the disciples in the sect were envious. But who knew that I was just a tool for you to plant the demonic blood seed? He clenched his fists and said, at that time, I could not resist at all. I could only accept everything on the surface. But in my heart, I swore that I would break free from the shackles of the demonic blood seed. My sect's demonic child technique is fast and easy to break through. The disadvantage is that it consumes a lot of resources. It does not have any offensive means. Only the illusion technique is passable. So after I built my foundation, you chose this technique for me. But it was this demonic child technique that gave me the chance to resist. Jingshan said, when I built my foundation, you let me enter the first level of the Yuan secret realm and obtain a large amount of demonic stones for my future cultivation. I'm afraid you never imagined that the first level of the immortal cave mansion, which had never been occupied by a cultivator, would have a hidden secret. The demonic child technique's aura accidentally activated a magic array in the demonic stone land. It sent me to a mysterious underground cave mansion. There was a skeleton and a large amount of demonic stones, as well as a cultivation technique, Jade Slip. What is written in the Jade Slip is a Yuan School's orthodox fantasy devil mother-child technique. Qian Jingshan exclaimed, "The orthodox illusory devil mother-child technique is more than 10 times more exquisite than the one of my sect. There are also countless secret arts. The secret art that allows the mother and child to exchange their gold cores and nascent souls can help me transform the blood devil seed. The illusions of the nascent soul stage can conceal the ripples of the blood demon seed." Qian Jingshan looked at the devil zombie's hideous face that was covered in scales and said slowly, "Most importantly, this cultivation method mentioned an extremely shocking secret technique, and it's hidden in the center of the second level." Upon hearing this, old Devil Pang's soul finally stirred a little. His old voice slowly came out. "Is this the secret technique used to seal my nascent soul?" Qian Jingshan sneered. "Old Fiend Pang, you underestimate the art of devil refinement too much. Imprisoning and refining your nascent soul is merely a supplementary ability of the art of devil refinement. In fact, it's a secret technique that can resist the will of the true devil and use the water of the true devil to help a nascent soul stage fiendish cultivator break through the bottleneck." "What? Resist the will of the true devil? Impossible." Old Devil Pang's tone changed drastically. He was full of disbelief. He had spent so much time and paid a great price to refine the fake jade-bone humanoid devil in order to be confident in resisting the will of the true devil. But Qian Jingshan said that the art of devil refinement could resist the will of the true devil. How could this be possible? Qian Jingshan ignored old Devil Pang's doubts and continued, "The orthodox illusory devil mother-child technique can conceal the blood demon seed. If I had obtained the art of devil refinement, I would have had a chance to secretly break through to a higher level. As long as my cultivation is on par with yours, I would have had the possibility of freedom." Then he sighed, "Unfortunately, I was unlucky. The next time the Yuan secret realm opened, I was already in the nascent soul stage and couldn't enter the second level. So, I took in a few disciples who practiced the illusory devil mother-child technique with the excuse that cultivation was boring. Although Rong Jingxi was the only one who reached the core formation stage among them, he still managed to obtain the art of devil refinement." Qian Jingshan exclaimed, "The art of devil refinement was created by a fairy named Han Ting. This secret technique can be used together with the illusory devil mother-child technique to refine a demonic zombie into a subbody and transfer the nascent soul into the subbody. With the subbody as the medium, the nascent soul can be soaked in the true devil water to achieve a breakthrough." Shi Jingtian was a bit emotional. Back then, Qian Jingshan had placed his nascent soul in the body of a demonic zombie and visited him. Then, he used the true devil water in the miraculous gate to reach the late-stage nascent soul stage. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Unfortunately, the art of devil refinement could only be used with the help of the illusory devil mother-child technique. Normal nascent soul cultivators wouldn't be able to leave their bodies so easily. Hearing this, old Demon Pang's hoarse voice sounded, "So that's how it is." In the Yuan secret realm a few decades ago, not only did you obtain the art of devil refinement, you also obtained the demonic zombie that Ma Jie brought back. You refined it into a new subbody and used the true devil water in the miraculous gate to achieve a breakthrough to the late-stage nascent soul stage. With the help of the late-stage illusory devil mother-child technique, I concealed my aura and helped Shi Jingtian to sneak in here." Old Demon Pang's voice was filled with despair. "The demonic zombie clone was your last resort. It would have been fine if I had been killed by your sneak attack. But if you had been defeated by me, then I would have naturally possessed the blood demon seed in the late-stage nascent soul stage to extend my life. You would have taken the opportunity to transfer the blood demon seed into the demonic zombie's body. The demonic zombie was concealed by the heavenly dark demon robe and an illusion technique. Coupled with my eagerness to possess the demonic zombie, I eventually fell into your trap. Old Demon Pang's voice was filled with unwillingness. I wasted hundreds of years and collected countless materials to refine the Jade Bone humanoid devil. I didn't expect that you, Qin Jingshan, would be able to refine the secret technique to resist the true devil intent so easily. Qin Jingshan shook his head and sighed. Old Demon Pang, you're wrong. The original art of devil refinement had a huge flaw. Although it could resist the true devil intent, it would be infected by the dark devil energy in the demonic zombie's body, and its divine sense would be eroded by the bloodthirsty intent. Although Fairy Han eventually perfected the art of devil refinement, she couldn't cultivate it successfully. Hearing Qian Jingshan's words, Shi Jingtian was extremely curious and couldn't help but ask, Brother Qian, why is that so? Qian Jingshan didn't answer, but looked at the demonic zombie in front of him. His eyes were like a treasure as he said, because in order to perfect the art of devil refinement, Fairy Han needed to refine her fellow disciples into sub-bodies. Shi Jingtian was even more confused. Isn't devil refinement the same as refining demonic zombie? Is there a demonic zombie cultivator in Yuan school? Qin Jingshan said, according to the records of the art of devil refinement, there was a group of cultivators in Yuan school who were studying a body refining technique. They were trying to cultivate the body of the human race to be comparable to the demon race. This body refining technique was called the demonic zombie body refining technique. Old Demon Pang's divine sense moved and immediately recalled that the demonic zombie leader that Ma Jie mentioned was cultivating the demonic zombie body refining technique. And Lu Kuan, who was killed by him, seemed to have inherited the demonic zombie body refining technique from Yuan school. These body refining cultivators also cultivated the demonic child technique. They refined the corpses of the demonic zombies and used the special energy in the corpses to refine their bodies. The cultivation process was extremely bloody and cruel. Unfortunately, the demonic zombie body refining technique was a wrong technique. When the cultivator broke through to the nascent soul realm, he had to fuse with the demonic zombie of the demonic zombie general level. Then, his divine sense would be eroded by the bloodthirsty intent, as if he had turned into a zombie. Although he had the body of a demonic zombie general, his cultivation was stuck at the pseudo-nascent soul realm. Shi Jingtian glanced at the demonic zombie in front of him, and his pupils shrank. Could it be that the demonic zombies in the demonic zombie body refining technique must be? Qian Jingshan nodded and said, yes, they must be the demonic zombies left behind by the body refining cultivators after they failed to break through to the nascent soul realm. These body refining cultivators used to cultivate the demonic child technique, which was very compatible with the demonic zombie body refining technique. The demonic zombie body refining technique also contained powerful qi and blood, which made up for the flaw of the demonic zombie body refining technique. Qin Jingshan said with some regret, Fairy Han was very talented. Those demonic zombies in Yuan's secret realm were sealed by her. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, she didn't use them in the end. After I obtained the 6 demonic zombies that Ma Jie brought back, I fused their weak gold cores and formed a special liquid demonic zombie. Only then did I succeed in refining the demonic zombie body refining technique. Old Devil Pang was silent for a while, and his voice became weaker. Since the demonic zombie body refining technique is a secret technique that can resist the true demon intent, why is it still refining my nascent soul? Qian Jingshan chuckled and said, because the demonic zombies refined by the demonic zombie body refining technique can not only assist in cultivation, but also increase their battle prowess by devouring the nascent soul. After absorbing the nascent soul of a grand cultivator like you, this demonic zombie's strength is at least equivalent to a mid-grade silver armored corpse. Old Devil Pang's divine soul trembled and couldn't resist the invasion of the cold, demonic zombie body refining technique and the bloodthirsty intent. It completely dissipated. The powerful nascent soul energy turned into pure energy and melted into the demonic zombie's body. A faint pressure appeared on the demonic zombie's body and made Shi Jingtian, who was next to him, feel a little scared. Chapter 862. Shi Jingtian felt the aura of the demonic zombie, and his expression turned unnatural. His divine sense secretly locked onto the storage bag. At this moment, Qian Jingshan seemed to have removed some of the restrictions on his body. He opened his mouth slightly, and an illusory 9-inch nascent soul flew out. This nascent soul's eyes were tightly shut, and there were 3 mini swords stuck in its body. The massive power of the blood demon circled around the nascent soul and seemed to contain a special pressure. The demonic zombie opened its mouth and swallowed the nascent soul, following which an intense demonic fluctuation was emitted from the demonic zombie's body. It seemed to be old Fiend Pang's power of the blood demon, but it also seemed to be demonic energy. After a few hours, Qian Jingshan's nascent soul floated out of the demonic zombie's mouth again. Other than being a little dim, the 3 mini swords had already disappeared. The little nascent soul waved its hand, and the triangular spiritual mirror on the ground turned into a spiritual light. It was caught by its little hand, and the entire nascent soul entered Qian Jingshan's body. Seeing this, Shi Jingtian's expression changed slightly. "Brother Qian, you removed the restrictions on the blood demon sword so quickly." Qian Jingshan's face turned slightly pale. He said slowly, relying on the illusion demonic womb technique, "I barely managed to transfer the blood demon sword into the demonic zombie's body." At the end of the battle, just now, old Fiend Pang's divine sense suddenly increased, causing his divine sense to increase tremendously. "I'm afraid my nascent soul will need a long time to recover completely." Shi Jingtian recalled the power of the blood demon sword and the blood demon hand. His eyes were filled with intense fear. Old Fiend Pang is indeed the #1 demonic cultivator in the Qi Kingdom. He can actually add so much demonic essence to his magic treasures. He has reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. As he spoke, some demonic fluctuations surged in Shi Jingtian's body. The jade ruler that was sent flying by the blood demon hand turned into a black and white spiritual light and entered his body. Qian Jingshan's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect Shi Jingtian to regain control of part of his nascent soul so quickly. He turned to look at the corner of the secret room. "Although we were heavily injured, old Fiend Pang still died in our hands." Qian Jingshan waved his hand, and the jade bone humanoid devil in the corner of the secret room slowly floated over. Shi Jingtian looked greedily at the sparkling and translucent jade skeleton. He then glanced at Qian Jingshan and said, "Brother Qian, according to our agreement, this jade bone devil man." Qian Jingshan stared blankly for a moment before replying in a relaxed tone, "Of course, we used the blood oath plate to form an alliance. Besides, with the demon refinement art, I don't need the jade bone humanoid devil." Having said that, Qian Jingshan removed the bracelet from the jade bone humanoid devil's rib and tossed the lifeless skeleton to Shi Jingtian, as if he didn't care about this supreme treasure. Shi Jingtian immediately pulled the jade bone devil man in front of him, while using his divine sense to examine every inch of the jade bone devilman's bones. He said, "Speaking of the covenant, Brother Qian should also have the restriction of the oath stone." After killing old Fiend Pang, the restriction didn't seem to have any reaction. Qian Jingshan sneered and said, "When this old fellow entered the sect, he tampered with the restrictions on the oath stone so that it would be easier for him to attack me. However, he didn't expect that I would be able to kill him without any effect." Shi Jingtian stroked the jade bone devil man and felt increasingly uneasy. Qian Jingshan was hiding too many things. Previously, he only knew that the demonic zombie had the effect of assisting in a breakthrough. However, he didn't expect that the demonic zombie could also increase its strength by refining a nascent soul. If it swallowed Shi Jingtian's nascent soul, wouldn't it have the strength of a top-grade silver armored corpse? Moreover, he He didn't believe that his good friend didn't have a use for the Jade-Bone Devil Man. While thinking, Shi Jingtian shot out a ray of demonic light. However, the Jade-Bone Devilman's treasure light flickered faintly, and it didn't move. What's going on? Why can't the Jade-Bone Devil Man be kept in a storage pouch? Qian Jingshan was also puzzled. He sized it up and said, "The Jade-Bone Devil Man is a legendary supreme treasure of the demonic Tao. As for this one, it was refined by old Fiend Pang. Perhaps this is the special characteristic of the Jade-Bone Devil Man." Hearing this, Shi Jingtian used his divine sense to examine the Jade-Bone Devil Man again. Apart from discovering that every bone contained silver dragon meteorite iron, he couldn't find any other reason. In the end, he helplessly took out a black flag. The flag emitted a dark spiritual light that wrapped around the Jade-Bone Devil Man and Shi Jingtian's bodies. At the same time, it seemed to be adding a layer of defense to itself. After casting the spell, Shi Jingtian quietly took 2 steps away from Qian Jingshan. He said in a steady voice, "Brother Qian, now that the matter is settled, I'll have to trouble you to send me out of the blood-refining sect." An undetectable glint flashed across Qian Jingshan's eyes. He smiled and said, "Of course. However, we have to get rid of the traces of battle in the secret chamber first." Afterward, he swept his divine sense into the storage bracelet. He raised his eyebrows and sighed. "I didn't expect old Fiend Pang to spend so many resources on refining the Jade-Bone Devil Man." A few restriction tokens appeared in his hand. He threw the storage bracelet out, and it landed near old Fiend Pang's shattered body. Shi Jingtian was also dispelling his own demonic aura. He put away the umbrella-shaped magic weapon with a slight heartache. Looking at Qian Jingshan's actions, he said with admiration, "Brother Qian, you've calculated well. This way, the elders of the blood-refining sect will think that old Fiend Pang has failed to break through to the spirit-severing stage. Brother Qian will then reveal your late nascent soul stage cultivation. Coupled with your identity as old Fiend Pang's disciple, you'll naturally become the new great elder of the blood-refining sect." Qian Jingshan shook his head and sighed. "It's not that easy to become the great elder of the blood-refining sect." Then he put away the demonic zombie standing beside him and threw the restriction token in his hand to Shi Jingtian. He chuckled and said, "Brother Shi, why are you guarding against me? Have you forgotten that with the restriction of the blood oath demonic tablet, we can't fight?" Shi Jingtian took the restriction token and said with a fake smile, "I naturally believe in Brother Qian." As he tried to open the restriction of a secret room, he intentionally said, "Brother Qian, old Fiend Pang's lifespan is nearing its end, and he's trying to break through to the spirit-severing stage. I'm afraid that the Seven Fiends sect and the Yin-Yang sect will know about this. Without old Fiend Pang, these 2 sects might make a move against the blood-refining sect." Qian Jingshan's expression changed slightly and said, "I'll have to trouble Brother Shi to keep this a secret. If these 2 sects really want to make a move, I'm afraid that the miraculous gate will help us." Shi Jingtian nodded inwardly. If old Fiend Pang's death led to a war between the 3 sects of the Qi Kingdom, then the miraculous gate in the western province of the Qi Kingdom would naturally be a great help to the blood-refining sect. If old Fiend Pang died, it would be disadvantageous to the blood-refining sect. Gradually, the restrictions of the cave were opened one by one. Just as the array at the entrance of the cave dissipated, Shi Jingtian's expression suddenly changed. A small jade statue appeared in his hand out of thin air, and he slapped it into his dantian. Then, the tyrannical power of the nascent soul flashed in his body, and he turned into an undetectable shadow that shot out of the cave. Qian Jingshan didn't seem surprised. Demonic light flashed around his body, and he appeared on the mountain peak outside the cave like a phantom. His hands flashed with a seal, and the surrounding demonic qi quickly turned into a dense black demonic mist. At the same time, a weak voice transmission sounded in Shi Jingtian's ears. "Brother Shi, leave quickly. I'll help you hold them off for a while." Shi Jingtian's expression froze. When the restrictions of the cave were opened, he felt two powerful auras lurking around. He thought that it was an ambush arranged by Qian Jingshan, but now that Qian Jingshan was helping him, it didn't seem to be the case. Qian Jingshan's injuries aren't light. Those two people's demonic qi is much stronger than an ordinary mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. It's very likely that they're old fiends Situ and Fairy Lo. I won't be able to hold them off for long. While thinking, Shi Jingtian bypassed the restrictions and fled into the distance. It seemed like he was very familiar with the restrictions of the blood-refining sect. At the same time, there were two blood-red escape lights in the black mist of the mountain peak. They seemed to have lost their direction and could only circle back and forth, unable to fly out. A female voice with an interrogative tone sounded. "Senior Brother Qian, what's the meaning of this? Didn't we agree to hand the Jade Bone Devil Man over to us? Why did you give it to Shi Jingtian?" Two figures appeared in front of Qian Jingshan. One was a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion, while the other was a young woman with a face full of baby fat. She wore a dark red dress. Their nascent soul stage aura was very similar to old Fiend Pang's Blood Devil stage aura, but it was much weaker. Shi Jingtian's guess was right. These two were experts who cultivated the Blood Devil technique. They were Situ Hao and Lu Yanjun. Not only were they mid-nascent soul stage cultivators, but they were also dual cultivation Dao companions. Their combined strength wouldn't lose out to a grand cultivator. Situ Hao sized Qian Jingshan up, and his expression changed slightly. "Senior Brother Qian, you've actually entered the late nascent soul stage," Qian Jingshan said plainly. "Junior Brother Situ, Junior Sister Lu, if you guys had set up the formation in advance and attacked immediately, Shi Jingtian wouldn't have been able to escape." Lu Yanjun also felt Qian Jingshan's aura. Her eyes flashed with a hint of unwillingness, but her tone calmed down. "Senior Brother Qian's plan is too risky. We don't dare to fully trust it. If the Grand Elder finds out that we're working with you," she didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. Qian Jingshan said plainly, "Old Fiend Pang is already dead. Shi Jingtian's nascent soul is mostly sealed by the 3 Blood Devil swords. He was only temporarily suppressed by a secret technique. You guys can use the Blood Devil swords to sense his escape direction. Once the secret technique is over, the Jade Bone Devil Man will be within your reach." Lu Yanjun said in a low voice, "If that's the case, why are you stopping us, Senior Brother Qian?" Qian Jingshan didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Situ Hao meaningfully. At this moment, Situ Hao was forming a seal. He seemed to be sensing the Blood Devil swords in Shi Jingtian's body. After a while, he raised his head and said decisively, "Senior Brother Qian wants us to support you to become the Grand Elder, right?" Previously, it was just a verbal promise. Now, let's make an oath so that Senior Brother Qian can rest assured. "Yanjun, take out a vow stone." Qian Jingshan clapped his hands and said with a smile, "With the support of the two of you, I can firmly become the Grand Elder. After that, I will naturally assist the two of you to enter the depths of the Blood Devil Cave and obtain the complete Blood Devil art." After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the black fog around the mountain peak dissipated. A large amount of blood-red demonic light surged out of Situ Hao and Yanjun's body, forming an obscure streak of light that shot in the direction of Shi Jingtian's escape. Like Shi Jingtian, they suppressed their demonic energy fluctuations as if they didn't want to be discovered. Qian Jingshan watched the two leave and whispered, "The fluctuations just now might have been sensed by the old guys. I, Qian Jingshan, should also move around. Only by becoming the Grand Elder can I obtain the complete inheritance of my sect and truly understand the mysteries of the spirit-severing stage. Only then can I, Qian Jingshan, enter the spirit-severing stage." Outside the Blood Devil Mountain range, Shi Jingtian's face was extremely ugly. He had just escaped from the blood-refining sect when he sensed Situ Hao in Yanjun's pursuit. The duo's combined escape light was not inferior to a late nascent soul stage cultivator. In fact, they were even slightly faster than Shi Jingtian. The range of their divine sense is at most 70 miles. How can they pinpoint my direction? Could it be the blood devil sword in my body? Shi Jingtian instantly thought of the reason and felt a headache coming on. If he was in his peak condition, he wouldn't be afraid of the two at all. However, he was currently heavily injured, and the blood devil sword was only temporarily suppressed by a divine ability called the Calamity Substitution Jade Infant. The divine ability's duration was limited, and he couldn't escape back to the miraculous gate. If the Calamity Substitution Jade Infant lost its effect, he would definitely be caught by Sidu, Hao, and Yanjun's pursuit. At that time, he would be in danger. Shi Jingtian could only try to beat Sidu, Hao, and Yanjun's pursuit while the Calamity Substitution Jade Infant lasted. Only then would he have a chance. Shi Jingtian sensed the jade bone humanoid devil behind him, and his eyes flashed with helplessness. Such a precious treasure that couldn't be kept in a storage pouch was a complete burden in a battle. At the thought of this, he used his divine sense to explore the nearby mountains and rivers. Then, with a flash of escape light, he landed on an inconspicuous mountaintop. His hands moved slightly, and he used a spell to bury the jade bone humanoid devil in the depths of the mountain. This jade bone humanoid devil is very strange. It doesn't release any aura at all. Even with my divine sense, I could only discover its profundity when I held it in my hand. Situ Hao is still 80 miles away, and his divine sense can't reach here. The jade bone humanoid devil is hidden in the depths of the mountain. Unless it crawls out on its own, it won't be lost. At the thought of this, Shi Jingtian turned into a black and white escape light and changed his direction. When he sensed that Situ Hao and Yanjun's direction had changed, he was completely relieved. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness. If he didn't mind losing his nascent soul source, even if he couldn't kill Situ Hao and Yanjun, he could still severely injure them. Shi Jingtian then spread the news of old Monster Pang's death. The blood-refining sect was wary of the Seven Fiends sect and the Yin-Yang sect, so they naturally didn't dare to deal with him easily. After removing the seal on the Blood Devil sword, he would return here to take the Jade Bone humanoid devil. With this legendary supreme treasure of the demonic Tao, he, Shi Jingtian, would have a chance to reach the spirit-severing stage. Chapter 863. The Jade-Bone Devil Man remained motionless in the soil. Lu Kuan's divine soul was silently calculating something in the depths of the skeleton's sea of consciousness. It should be about time. With Shi Jingtian's previous speed, he should be 200 miles away. With a thought from Lu Kuan, the Jade-Bone Devilman's 4 limbs began to tremble. Its jade-white, bony hands were like sharp blades, easily crushing the surrounding rocks. The fleshless jade bone unbelievably began to move in the soil. The reverse muscles in the skeleton can only exert 1/10 of its original strength, but it's still a piece of cake for it to dig through the soil. Lu Kuan felt the strength of his internal muscles as he dug outwards. In about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he had drilled out of the mountain rock. His arm bones, skull bones, torso bones, leg bones, and translucent bones were exposed to the air one by one. Not to mention mortals. Even some low-level cultivators would be terrified to see a skeleton crawling out of the soil, thinking that they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Kacha! Lu Kuan shook his jade-bone body, scattering the rocks and soil. He quietly spread out his divine sense, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to tremble slightly. Lu Kuan had used the divine sense to forcibly cast the lowest level of concealment technique. This sparkling and translucent jade skeleton disappeared into thin air. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the Jade-Bone Devilman he had been thinking about would really crawl out by himself. Not only that, the Jade-Bone Devilman could even cast a concealment technique to secretly leave his burial ground. Lu Kuan wasn't used to it. He shook his skeleton and sprinted with his bony feet. He gradually familiarized himself with the reverse muscles in his bones, allowing him to run faster and faster. Even if the reverse muscles couldn't exert too much strength, it was still equivalent to a body-tempering great perfection physique cultivator. His running speed wasn't slow at all. He wanted to escape 1,000 miles away from the blood-refining sex territory and find a secluded place to recover his flesh. I didn't expect Qian Jingshan to be so shrewd. In the end, he killed old Fiend Pang. It's all thanks to him. Otherwise, it would have been too risky for me to act when old Fiend Pang was refining. Lu Kuan thought of everything that had happened not long ago and sighed. Although he was only a skeleton left, he had seen everything that had happened in the secret chamber. These nascent soul late-stage old guys were each more insidious than the other, scheming against each other. Perhaps the biggest winner would be Qian Jingshan. As for Qian Jingshan's demon cultivation art, it also helped Lu Kuan resolve some of the doubts in his heart. He vaguely remembered that in the Yi Yuan secret realm, the cave where the leader of the demonic zombies, Hong Yuntian, was called the Devil Refining Cave. At that time, he felt strange. These sleeping demonic zombies seemed to have been tampered with. Now that he thought about it, the person who did it was the creator of the art of devil cultivation, Han Ting, who was mentioned in Hong Yuntian's letter. She was the woman who was once engaged to Hong Yuntian's brother. The demonic zombies in the outermost layer of the Devil Refining Cave had remnants of true demon in their bodies. Han Ting had probably studied the art of devil refining, the flaws of the demonic zombie body refining technique, and the true demon had caused them to lose their minds. Unfortunately, Hong Yuntian had finally comprehended the original power of the physical body, but he was still stuck in the pseudo-nascent soul realm and had not really reached the nascent soul realm. However, the demonic zombies refined by the art of devil refining immediately had the strength of the middle nascent soul realm after devouring old Devil Pang's nascent soul. Hong Yuntian had wasted his life and almost turned into a demonic zombie. But in the end, his demonic zombie body refining lineage had become a wedding dress for someone else and became a material for the art of devil refining. Hong Yuntian's path is still crooked. The path that I, Lu Kuan, have taken is the right one. Lu Kuan's heart was burning with flames. In the past year, after old Devil Pang's hard work day and night, his bone treasure had changed a lot. The first change: the core of the bone treasure had been integrated with the silver dragon meteorite. This material could only be calcined by the Dharma power true fire of the late nascent soul realm, which greatly increased the defensive power of the bone treasure. Not long ago, the jade bone was not damaged by the aftershock of the battle between the three grand cultivators, which showed how terrifying its defensive power was. If an immortal cultivator wanted to kill Lu Kuan completely, it would take a late nascent soul realm grand cultivator to burn Lu Kuan for a few days with the true fire of the nascent soul realm. Normal nascent soul realm grand cultivators would have a hard time killing Lu Kuan. With the characteristics of the silver dragon meteorite, Lu Kuan's bone treasure would also have the ability to change after engraving the related miniature arrays. Unfortunately, Lu Kuan could not achieve this yet. To engrave the miniature arrays on his bone treasure, at least a late nascent soul realm grand cultivator would be needed. The second change was that after being tempered by the destructive energy produced by the demon bone essence and the power of the five elements, even without the support of the silver dragon meteorite, the bone treasure had reached the level of a mature magic treasure. In other words, his bone treasure had become more than 200 mature magical treasures. It had reached the level of a complete bone treasure. The third change was that the bloodline of the long-armed demon ape had been completely activated. His bone treasure had turned into the five elements chaotic devil bone. In other words, Lu Kuan's body had become the five elements chaotic devil body, just like the ancient long-armed demon ape. However, he still needed to study the uniqueness of this body. Feeling the changes in his bone treasure, Lu Kuan looked at his soft ribs. Old Devil Pang had also coated the ribs with a layer of silver dragon meteorite. It seemed that even the consciousness of a grand cultivator would not be able to detect it. Inside the secret chamber, Lu Kuan had secretly manipulated the muscles inside his bones with the help of the strong wind caused by old Devil Pang's body being crushed. By coincidence, the storage bracelet was hanging on old Devil Pang's ribs. Then, when old Devil Pang's nascent soul was sucked into the Devil Zombie's body and Qian Jingshan was trapped by the Blood Devil hand, Lu Kuan had ruthlessly looted old Devil Pang's bracelets several times. Apart from the Silver Dragon meteorite and part of the pure, true Devil water, all of his belongings have been taken back. At the same time, the half-Devil soul pill and some other treasures that he felt were very precious were also put into his ribs. However, in order not to arouse suspicion, Lu Kuan did not take everything away. He left behind some jade slips, magical treasures, and devil stones. It seemed that his value had been greatly reduced. Even so, Lu Kuan's value had greatly increased. In addition to nearly 300,000 devil stones, there were also a large number of middle-grade spirit stones and 8 pieces of high-grade spirit stones, which allowed him to vent his resentment of being counted in front of his face. After running for several days, Lu Kuan arrived at the border between the West Prefecture of the state of Qi and the Northern Barren Prefecture of the state of Chu. He drilled into a mountain range with sparse spirit Qi and devil Qi and dug a simple secret chamber in a mountain peak. Then, Lu Kuan took out a magic plate and set up a magic circle to isolate the aura. He sat cross-legged and took out 3 middle-grade spirit stones of water, fire, and wood attributes. He tried to absorb the spirit Qi to restore his thunder attribute magic power and regenerate the essence of his flesh and blood. Although the spirit-controlling magic circle on Lu Kuan's bones had been completely destroyed, his hidden Relingen had improved after entering the middle stage of the Bone Treasure Realm. It would only disappear for 1 day every 5 days. Today was the day that his spiritual root existed. He slightly operated his cultivation method, and the spirit Qi and the spirit stones seemed to have seen some kind of precious treasure. They rushed out and entered his bones. The speed of the surging shocked Lu Kuan. Wait, why can't magic power be formed? His spirit fluctuated. Although the spirit Qi was absorbed very quickly, no matter how he operated it, the spirit Qi of the 3 attributes in his bones could not be converted into magic power in his body. Could it be? Lu Kuan suddenly thought of something. Spirit Qi flashed in his hands, and 2 spirit stones of the metal and earth attributes appeared. Without waiting for him to activate it, the spirit Qi of these 2 attributes also surged out and entered his bones with great tacit understanding with the other 3 attributes. All of a sudden, 5 types of spirit Qi appeared in his bones. They fused with each other and tried to combine together. I understand now. The attribute of the bone treasure has changed from the original thunder attribute to the 5 elements. The Imperial Thunder Body refinement technique is no longer compatible with the bone treasure, so it can't produce magic power. The 5 elements. That's right, the Great 5 Elements technique. Lu Kuan immediately fell into deep thought. When old Demon Pang was instructing Nie Wufeng on the Great 5 Elements technique, he was eavesdropping at the side. He had already memorized this secret technique. Other than the Great 5 Elements technique, the metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and the Imperial Thunder Body refinement technique also flowed in his mind. When he was at the Iron Fist School, he used the 5-colored halo of the Connecting Arms Divine ability to comprehend the Elemental Fire Body refinement technique. The first time he built his foundation, he used wood to ignite fire and achieve the firewood body refinement technique. The second time he built his foundation, he combined the 3 elements into one and achieved the Imperial Thunder Body refinement technique. On the road of cultivation, the attributes of Lu Kuan's body refinement technique were constantly increasing. At this time, he had the 5 elements Chaos Demon Bone and the Great 5 Elements technique gradually merged with the various body refinement techniques. After an unknown period of time, the spirit Qi of the 5 elements that filled his bones suddenly combined in a strange way. The surface of Lu Kuan's bones also reappeared with a rich 5-colored halo. A trace of a strange, milky, white magic power suddenly appeared in his bones. Chapter 864. Lu Kuan suddenly felt a trace of inexplicable throbbing when the milky white magic power appeared. It was as if he had sensed a unique power in the surrounding spiritual energy. However, this feeling was fleeting, as if it was an illusion. Lu Kuan shook the skull and concentrated on converting the mana. With the influx of spiritual energy, the milky white mana gradually crystallized and combined with the bones, forming a core formation level skeletal mana. This brand new white mana was comprehended by combining the body refinement technique, the Great Five Elements technique, and the five-colored halo. It was a mana with the attributes of the five elements. More and more spiritual stones were taken out by Lu Kuan for the bones to absorb. Only on the third day did the five-colored halo slowly dissipate, revealing the pure, white, jade-like bone treasure. The jade bone body trembled slightly, and a strong surge of mana was emitted from it. It was extremely majestic, even more vigorous than a late core formation cultivator. It actually reached the great circle of the core formation level. After the bone treasure matured, it can contain so much crystallized mana. It has more than doubled, reaching the great circle of the core formation level. Lu Kuan was only slightly surprised, but felt that it was natural. According to his plan, after the bone treasure entered the mature stage, it would begin to form the original power of the physical body. And when a core formation cultivator entered the great circle of the core formation level, it would also prepare to break the core and form the nascent soul. The two were so similar. Looking at it this way, as long as the bone treasure entered the mature stage, it would be equivalent to the great circle of the core formation level. The mana of the two was similar, which was very normal. These thoughts flashed through his mind. Lu Kuan began to mobilize the brand new mana in the bones, and at the same time, the flesh and blood essence in the depths of the bones. First, he actively contracted the reverse muscles in the bones, turning them back into tendon essence. Through the bones, they slowly appeared on the surface of the bones. The tendons seemed to be affected by the properties of the bones, turning from its original light purple color to white. Then, Lu Kuan injected the white mana into his blood. A huge amount of vital energy surged into the sky. On the surface of all the tendons on the bones, traces of dark golden blood began to flow. The tiny muscle fibers were like tender grass bathing in the spring rain, slowly growing. The translucent white bones were fertile soil, and the blood that contained magic power was the rain that nourished all living things. Under the nourishment of the blood, the muscle fibers grew even more luxuriant. They intertwined and multiplied, flashing with a bloody luster. Gradually, the entire jade-like body, including the skeletal face, was covered by a large amount of muscles. The surface of the muscles also began to grow pink skin. Lu Kuan had a 9-star physique. 9 portions of bone magic power could only be converted into 1 portion of blood magic power. His magic power consumption was extremely high. He took out a large number of mid-tier spirit stones and placed them around him to provide energy for the rebirth of his corporeal body. As the muscles were perfected, blood vessels also interweaved within them, forming a complex network of blood vessels. The concentrated essence of the organs was transported out from the nearby bones by the blood. One by one, the organs like those of a newborn gradually appeared in the network of blood vessels. First, it was the liver, gallbladder, heart, intestines, kidneys, and other large organs. Then it was the eyes, ears, nose, and other small organs that represented the male sex, such as the corpus cavernosum. Just like this, after a day and a night, Lu Kuan slowly opened his eyes. A golden light flashed through his eyes. In the aura of his corporeal body, there was a fresh and rich aura of life, like that of a newborn baby. Lu Kuan looked at his brand new body and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Even if the defensive power of his bones was extremely terrifying, he still felt a little empty after not having flesh and blood for such a long time. Fortunately, as he expected, his corporeal body had returned to its original state. It was as if he had been reborn, and his vitality was even more vigorous. Lu Kuan sized up his reborn corporeal body. The flesh and blood condensation technique is completed, and the body cultivator has another life-saving method. The nascent soul stage cultivator can use the nascent soul to escape, and the body cultivator can condense the flesh and blood and leave the body. While Lu Kuan was thinking, his magical power moved slightly, and a layer of white light film appeared on the surface of his skin. It revealed a thick and strange aura and seemed to have a much stronger defensive power than the defensive thunder shield. The new magical power was comprehended from the Great Five Elements technique, and its aura is very similar to the Great Five Elements chaotic force. Then let's call it the chaotic magical power. The Five Elements chaotic demon bone has led to a change in magical power. I don't know if the magical power will be different. Thinking of this, the thick chaotic magical power was absorbed into the depths of his bones, and then he took out several devil stones, and his muscles trembled slightly. The pure devil chi in the devil stones, like the previous Five Elements spiritual chi, rushed into Lu Kuan's skin and was absorbed by his muscles. At a ratio of 9-to-1, it turned into magical power and entered his blood. After only a day, a magical aura of the middle stage of core formation emerged from his blood. At this time, the blood devil chi, whether in capacity or purity, was no different from the middle stage of bone treasure. The only difference was that the speed of Lu Kuan's transformation of devil chi had greatly increased. Relying only on the devil stones, he recovered all his magical power in a day. In the past, only in the Dead Sea Devil Cave could he have such a recovery speed. The transformation of the bone treasures material will lead to an increase in the magical power of the bones, but there is no change in the blood. Naturally, the blood devil chi will not increase. However, the increase in the recovery speed of the blood devil chi is probably due to the integration of the devil race's essence into the bones. Lu Kuan touched his chin and thought. The recovery speed of magical power has also increased a lot. In the past, it took 3 days to recover the magical power of the middle stage of core formation. Now it only takes the same time. The Five Elements chaotic demon bone has improved my aptitude. I don't know what kind of destructive force will the chaotic magical power and the blood devil chi produce now. Lu Kuan operated the blood devil bone refining technique, urging a part of the magical power and the chaotic magical power to destroy each other in the bones. Boom! The conflict between the chaotic magical power and the devil chi seemed to be more intense than the thunder magical power. As the blood devil chi was destroyed, an even more turbulent destructive force surged out. However, Lu Kuan's bones were still crystal clear and easily withstood this destructive force. Lu Kuan was a little disappointed. As expected, although the destructive force is stronger than before, it can't do anything to the mature bones that have been integrated with the silver dragon meteorite iron. Thinking of this, Lu Kuan was suddenly stunned. That's right, it's already the 6th day. My spirit root has disappeared, and the spirit controlling array is also gone. Why can I control magical power and devil chi so freely? Then, his divine sense quickly entered his body and secretly operated his magical power. He found that there was an inexplicable fluctuation in his bones, giving off a feeling similar to the spirit root. Lu Kuan recalled the scene of the transformation of the chaotic magical power and murmured, "Even when Relingen was here, I could only control the magical power of water, fire, and wood. Now that Relingen has disappeared, I can control the chaotic magical power." In other words, the Five Elements chaotic demon bone has completed my Five Elements spirit root. Lu Kuan seemed to have thought of something and murmured, "A magic treasure that can complete the spirit root. Isn't this characteristic of the Five Elements chaotic demon bone the item spirit root that I guessed before?" An extremely bold conjecture immediately surfaced in his mind. His body started to tremble slightly. If we reverse the conjecture, then mortal martial artists who have achieved mastery of the Vajra mantra can really make up for their spiritual roots and cultivate their physical body and magic power. With the talent of a mortal, they can refine their body and cultivate immortality. Chapter 865. The more Lu Kuan thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. I'm afraid that the senior who created the jade bone humanoid would never have thought that there would be an anomaly like me. My bones are comparable to a mature magic treasure, and I've become a living jade bone humanoid. With the help of this attribute of my bones, I can control the 5 elemental mana and complete my 5 elemental spiritual roots. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Old Devil Pang's fake jade bone humanoid lowered my resistance to the true demonic intent, thus simplifying the refinement requirements. For a tool spirit root, I don't need any abhijna of the jade bone humanoid, the 5 elemental chaos, and I don't need to refine it into a magic treasure. I only need one 5 elemental attribute to be refined into a magic treasure. The material requirements for the magic treasure are much simpler. He pondered. For a mortal martial artist who has mastered the Vajra mantra, his body has already undergone preliminary refinement. Although he can't generate mana, with the help of a spirit-controlling magic treasure, he can focus on refining a certain bone in his body with spiritual energy. Lu Kuan touched his chest. For example, the sternum. It's not very big, but if I focus on refining it with spiritual energy, it might be possible to use it as a foundation stone for refining magic treasures. His eyes lit up as he thought to himself, if I can simplify the 5 elements art and the core fusing method for sentient puppets, will I be able to fuse the power of certain attribute into my sternum and form a tool spirit root with only one attribute? Sternum tool spirit root. With a tool spirit root, I can convert spiritual energy into muscle mana and enter the muscle refinement stage. With the help of a spirit-controlling magic treasure, the muscle refinement stage cultivation won't be a problem at all. Various thoughts flashed through Lu Kuan's mind, and it took him a long time to calm down. He exhaled slowly. This is a huge project, and my energy is limited. I'll leave it to the disciples of the body refining pavilion to study. As for me, Lu Kuan, I need to devote all my energy to exploring the path of body refinement. Next, I'll break through the treasure bone stage and enter the next major realm. Lu Kuan clenched his fists, and an inexplicable look flashed in his eyes. Since the refining method can't generate physical origin power, I'll just follow my original idea. Now that my bone treasure has reached the large success stage and my flesh and blood condensation technique has reached the large success stage, I have already completed these 2 steps. Then, whether or not my physical body's origin strength can successfully appear will depend on the next 2 steps. I still don't have enough materials. I need to collect them all. Soon after, Lu Kuan put away everything in the secret room and left the small mountain. His mid-core formation stage blood devil chi emanated from his body. His entire body turned into a black streak of light and shot towards a nearby market. In the far west of the western region of the state of Qi, in the Gray Lake Valley, in a cave of the sacred poison sect, Zhao, Qingtian, and Duan stood aside, looking at a woman sitting cross-legged in the middle. The woman wore a white dress, had red lips, white teeth, and a beautiful face. She was Zhao Qingtian's younger sister, Lu Kuan's 3rd disciple, Sher Chao. A jade bottle floated in front of Sher Chao, and a trace of liquid containing a brutal aura flowed inside. Her snow-white skin was constantly trembling, as if there were many earthworms crawling under her skin. There was also a layer of demonic aura covering her. Gradually, accompanied by the surging power of qi and blood, the demonic aura of the late Foundation establishment stage emerged from her body. Sher Chao slowly opened her eyes. Seeing this, Zhao Qingtian waved his hand and put away the jade bottle in front of Sher Chao. He said, "Schwerer, the true demonic water that Master left me isn't enough. When Master returns, he will give you some. With a 4-star physique, you can cultivate at least 4 times the power of the blood demon. Now that I have the power of the late foundation establishment stage, I can cultivate and deal with the sacred poison sect for a short period of time. Sher Chow stood up and condensed the power of the blood demon into a crystal and hid it in her crystal-clear bones. Her bones contained a powerful magic power fluctuation accompanied by a trace of undetectable treasure light. Sher Chow was somewhat worried. Where did Master go? He's not in the Dead Sea Devil Cave, nor is he on Demon Spirit Island. Could something have happened to him? Zhao Qingtian waved his hand and said, "Sure, Master is trying to break through to the Bone Treasure Realm. This time, he may have gone out to find some auxiliary items. Besides, with Master's strength, he can protect himself when facing a nascent soul stage cultivator." Seeing that Sher Chow was still somewhat uneasy, Zhao Qingtian said, "Sure, you have successfully entered the Bone Treasure Realm. If Master knew, he would definitely be overjoyed. And your breakthrough method is different. It will be a great inspiration for the future disciples of the Body Refining Pavilion." Sher Chow's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. She shook her head and said, "Brother, it's not like you don't know. The reason why I have this opportunity is all thanks to Master Li Ruobing. She used the profound ice art to seal the frost sword magic treasure in my body. It has completely merged with me. With the blood essence in my body, I can also use it like a core formation stage cultivator." Sher Chow looked at her arms. A trace of shocking frost treasure light flashed and disappeared. According to the body refining realm created by Master, the early stage of the Bone Treasure Realm is to produce core formation stage mana to speed up the tempering of the bone material. From there, it can be refined into a treasure and enter the middle stage of the Bone Treasure Realm. In the years of practicing the method of visceral condensation, part of the Frost Sword's treasure light can actually condense through the visceral condensation and enter the bones. So before the breakthrough, I took the initiative to condense and integrate the Frost Sword into the bones of my forearm, using the bones as my dantian. In this way, the bones of my forearm will directly reach the middle stage of the Bone Treasure Realm. With the forearm bone as the core, the difficulty of the Bone Treasure Realm will be greatly reduced. While speaking, Sher Chow's arms trembled slightly. 2 rays of light flashed, and a pair of ice crystal swords appeared in her hands. After entering the Bone Treasure Realm, the Frost Sword used her forearm as her dantian and integrated into it. If she wanted to fight, she could summon her magic treasure at any time like a core formation stage cultivator. Li Ruobing's figure echoed in Sher Chow's mind. She sighed and said, "Master Li Ruobing gave me this opportunity. How can other disciples learn from it?" Zhao Qingtian took a deep breath and patted Sher Chow's shoulder. "Shwe, the strength of our body refining pavilion is steadily improving. I believe that the day of revenge is not far away. When there are enough body cultivators above the bone tempering stage and Master enters the nascent soul stage, I believe that the miraculous gate will definitely not be a match for the body refining pavilion. But now what we need to do is to vigorously develop the body refining pavilion." Zhao Qingtian looked at Duan and said coldly, "You have entered the Bone Treasure Realm. With the fighting style of a body cultivator, you can completely unleash the power of this set of magic swords. An ordinary core formation stage cultivator is definitely not your opponent. It's time to completely take down the Sacred Poison sect." Sher Chow nodded. She did not doubt her own fighting strength. She said, "After I help you take down the Sacred Poison sect, I will ask eldest senior brother for help." Seeing that Zhao Qingtian was a little puzzled, Sher Chow said, "Yu Xin has been looking for a suitable method to break through. Not long ago, he flipped through the jade slip left behind by Master and saw a fire fusion art. This secret technique was obtained by Master from a core formation stage cultivator called Daoist Sky Flame. It talks about how to refine a different type of flame for one's own use. There's also a conjecture about a secret technique that uses a different type of flame to increase the chances of core formation. However, The creator of this secret technique thinks that it is very difficult to achieve. After all, even the simplest type of flame requires the magic power of a core formation stage cultivator to refine it. Otherwise, they will be burned to death by the flames. When Zhao Qingtian heard this, he immediately understood and said, I know what Junior Brother is thinking. A body cultivator who has completed the tempered body realm has a strong physical body. It is not impossible for him to refine a different type of flame. If he has the help of the secret technique for core formation stage, his chances of core formation and bone fusion stage will also increase. You asked eldest senior brother for help just to find a different type of flame? Sher Chao shook her head and said, different types of flame are extremely rare. However, I heard it from Martial Uncle Shao. Back then, Daoist Sky Flame's primordial young earth fire was taken away by Ouyang Lu of the Scorching Sun sect. A trace of killing intent flashed in her eyes. Ouyang Lu and Ling Yutong of the Miraculous Gate ambushed Master back then. They deserve to die. With eldest senior brother's help, we can ambush him. As long as we kill him, not only will we be able to avenge Master, but we will also be able to seize the Triong fire and primordial yang earth fire in his body to help Yuxian break through. Zhao Qingtian nodded and said, if you and eldest senior brother work together, you won't even be afraid of a late core formation cultivator. Right, what about the other two junior brothers? Have they found a way to break through? Sher Chao said somewhat helplessly, Little Yan's physical defense is too strong. Even with the help of poison, it will take him a lot longer than us to reach the viscera forging stage and reconstruct his internal organs. After he reconstructs his internal organs, he will have no choice but to try to break through. However, he has a 6-star physique, second only to Master. His chances of breaking through are extremely high, so we don't have to worry too much. As for Little Yin, before I went into seclusion, he kept saying something about his physique being compatible with the Sword Dao cultivation method. Maybe he can be inspired by it. After I came out of seclusion, he took Duan Yun, who has a profound gold body, to the treasure pavilion. I don't know what he will do next. Zhao Qingtian nodded slightly and said in a high voice, they all have their own directions. Then we have to take down the Sacred Poison sect as soon as possible. With the help of sufficient poison, the body refining pavilion can develop quickly. Du and Shui'er, next week, first set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book Guesthouse mobile version website that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.